Hey guys, Thomas the Legend here, aka Mustached Tom, here to do another Digimon retrospective. This time I'm going to be covering Digimon Fusion, or the next few seasons of Digimon. If you have not been keeping up, I've done previous retrospectives of Digimon in the past, but I wanted to give this one a bit of extra oomph by really diving deep into each episode of Digimon Fusion within the 3 next seasons that I'll be covering, and as we progress through the seasons, I'll have a new poster up when it's that season when we're talking about it, just so that's clear. This will probably be recorded in 3 parts with that in mind for each season, but it'll all be spliced together in one video. So this is likely to be my longest retrospective yet, covering, again, all of the Digimon Fusion seasons. Which brings me to the first point, is that this was really interesting. In hindsight, I had at least heard about it once before, that Digimon Fusion was seen as sort of the beginning of the downfall of Digimon, and indeed even myself had come to that general conclusion, at least the first time around watching Digimon Fusion. I didn't feel, at least the first time around watching it, that it didn't live up to the rest of Digimon in terms of even remembering all of it. Even the Fusion one where they turned into the humans, that started to grow on me a little bit in retrospective, and I mean, that intro is still very much the best one out of the intros, so I'm not even gonna bother debating that one, but I digress. Nonetheless, Digimon Fusion, in coming around back to it with a retrospective mind, thinking as objectively as possible, I can definitely still see why people would start to see that this is the downfall of Digimon as a franchise, but I don't think that is the fault of at least the first 2 seasons of this show. I do think a lot of that does come down to Digimon Season 3 with an asterisk next to it. But I digress. Obviously, it's going to take a bit to get to that conclusion. Obviously, I want to lay the framework of Seasons 1 and 2 in order to get there, obviously. So, again, we're going to go over very briefly on the episodes, any highlights. So, this one, we get our a narration talking about Digimon having this war about good and evil, which has always been the purveying thing throughout Digimon, and there being 2 very distinct but very clear sides here. Then we cut to Mikey Kudo, or I'll just simply refer to him as Mikey, or Mike for short, or yeah, just Mikey is fine anyway. And he has seen something in a dream. This comes across as akin to what they will later refer to as destiny, and I had made my remarks about destiny before in the Digimon franchise, and how destiny plays a part of it in general. But anyways, we'll move on. We then cut to Angie being our main female of the group, and Mikey's crush, question mark, even though surprisingly they actually don't end up getting together at any point, though they make a passing glance at each other at a point, but again, that does come out later. And his rival slash friend in Jeremy. Anyway, as the trio are sort of doing their own thing, Mikey then hears a sound. This is where we are introduced to Shoutmon, our main Digimon of the group. And I'll say it now, after careful consideration of my favorite Digimon, I'm actually going to put Shoutmon up there. I used to find Shoutmon rather annoying at first. And I can't believe my younger self came to the conclusion that it was his voice that was really irritating to me, but, you know, considering that all the voices are in that higher pitch range, I kind of just got way more used to hearing it. Obviously, I'm hearing this in the English version, but nonetheless, what is set off the clear vibes of this Digimon right out of the gate is that he wants his desires to be known right out of the gate, and so by extension do the writers of the show. So they want Choutmon himself wants to be the king of Digimon. Now, when I had reheard that immediately made me rethink and made me just think of one of my other favorite anime of all time, Zatch Bell. I could do a completely separate retrospective for that show. I just rewatched it pretty recently as well, and my god, do I still love the hell out of that show. There are minor things I would want adjusted in that show too. I could go over those minor things, but overall I would still say, as an overall show, I would still say that Zatch Bell is definitely one of the more iconic anime. And it stuck around for as long as it needed to. In fact, it never fully concluded, if anything. So that was always an interesting show in that regard, is that it never technically really finished, which is a real damn shame, because I really do think that Zatch Bell deserves that treatment at any point. Anyway, with that, we see that these portal shenanigans are making a scene throughout their environment, and Shoutmon even warns them of an incoming car coming down at them, because it's like cybernetically like shifting everything around. And we get a brief moment where Mikey gets a flashback as a kid, feeling himself cry as a kid or fail as a kid. So he wants to put that behind him and move forward and help in some way else. Here he is given the chance and choice / given the destiny, as it were, handed to him, as a Digivice appears in his hands, and indeed he is given what's now called a fusion loader, which is sort of a Season 2 remix of Digivolution, if anything comes to mind. So, surprise, surprise, our trio and now their incoming Digimon end up in the digital world, and we spend the rest of the show primarily back in the digital world. So, we meet our other Digimon, Ballistamon being one of them, and again seeing Shoutmon now return. And Digimon, being the old wise mon that he is, tells our heroes in training a bit about what's going on, for a very brief and vague notion anyway. And we do see that bad Digimon, which is unlike before, excuse me, bad Digimon have the also capacity to absorb other Digimon's data. This is something we have seen before, actually, in later on seasons of, even in season, as early as season 1, in later arcs, that being. But it usually just allows the Digimon to digivolve. This is more of a fusion between the two Digimon, and a Mad Leomon does indeed do that. But with that established, Shoutmon and Ballistamon are the first two to fuse, And I will admit that in terms of appearance-wise, Shoutmon Stage 2 or X2 isn't the most impressive to look at still, even at recontextualizing everything. I still think he looks like a robot box chicken thing. It's definitely not a great look on him all this time later, but nonetheless. Another interesting aspect of Shoutmon's character is that he refers to Mikey as his general. So they're definitely pushing the war aspect of Digimon more so than I think they have ever done so previously. I mean, there has always been the bad versus good vibe, but the whole war aspect has kind of been in the backdrop of that good versus evil, and now they are moving it to the forefront in terminology, at least. And we see a vague hint of a newer character named Nene, who ends up being a, surprise surprise, a recasted voice of Rika, at least in the English version. And we move on to episode 2. So what makes this interesting is that we actually do hop into several zones throughout this series. So we get our first immediate jump into a different zone, that being a light forest zone. And we have our main villain now established, Bagramon. And of course, with not much time spent on it, Shoutmon jumps into action. So, we are introduced to our main Digimon that are gonna be in our party, that being Cutemon and Darulamon. And each of these characters will have their own arcs along the way. Now, what's interesting is that Angie and Jeremy are pushed to the side for a great length of time before given anything real to do. But we'll get to that later. I just thought I'd recognize that now, though. But we do cut to our blue army, and we are met with Greymon, or we get a very vague shadowing figure of him at the very most here. So Mikey does see that the others, being placed in this immediate peril, want to go home. And Shoutmon, seeing this, he recognizes at this point in stage early on that he needs Mikey to digivolve, and he knows to become that Digimon King that he will need that power. So he kind of puts on this little parade, and Mikey's not really having much of any of it. But just as the edge of coming off as laying it out the wrong way, Mikey at least notices when Shoutmon leaves, he notices that Shoutmon cries. So he does put together that there's something more to Shoutmon as a character, and we too as the audience notice that too. So Mikey uses some pocket sand to his advantage on Mad Leomon when he approaches, and flees the scene. But there are other Digimon ready to attack, like Orochimon, which is like the snake Digimon. And Shoutmon comes in for the save. And this is where we get another fusion between our baddies. And we get, again, our Shoutmon ×2. Which, again, looks really lame. And once again, we see, once more, with feeling, a Nene cameo appearance, as it were. And we can move on to episode 3. Here, we see that Shoutmon has made a crude version of their team symbol on a flag to establish, again, to reinforce that idea of general army war. Again, putting that on the forefront of this season. Banner's definitely akin to older wars. Something, again, you would want to rally behind in the old times or something of that nature. But we do get more of the bad guy side in seeing other Digimon, like his other subordinates, like Tactimon and Lailamon, and Reapmon, among 3 of them. Shoutmon, with the help of Ballistamon, also gives them some comms so they can keep in communication, even if they're split up by a degree or separation by any magnitude. We see that Darulamon sees them and spots them and kind of just doesn't want to deal with their stuff, and Cutemon is sort of with him because they're on their own mission right now, as of this moment anyway. But we are officially introduced to Chris. And I kept confusing Chris for Thomas, which is from Digimon Data Squad, so I do apologize. I guess that was because they were both blonde, but nonetheless. He comes in with male Bergamon. And it's really interesting to come back to Chris after all this time. He's definitely a pure embodiment of, like, toxic masculinity, actually. Unironically, like, actually that. But we'll get to that later on, though. But I just want to establish that now. Nonetheless, we progress forward. And in fact, Chris almost wants to have Mikey join his team, almost for a brief moment here earlier on. But when that is not anything under... Oh, sorry, it might have been the other way. I might have confused that in my notes. But Chris, I think, is the one that shuts it down with wanting to fight them instead. Nonetheless, they are attacked by the Barga army, so their fight is negated. And this time, Darulamon comes in for a save. And Jeremy is given a sword, which is provided by Mikey. So that's what his contributions are in these earlier parts, is to sort of be a physical stand-in and sometimes actually do stuff on the battlefield as a quote-unquote another subordinate on the team, as it were. So Mikey adds Darulamon to their trio mix, and this is when they're, since they are now able to up their times multiplication, reaching ×3, this is where their Digivolution actually starts to look pretty decent to actually, from this point moving forward, get cooler. Sometimes a little bit bizarre, but still in the cooler range. But even after they get their victory, Darulamon and Cutemon make a pretty short leave immediately after. And that's what brings us to episode 4. So here, we get a bit of exposition, as we saw at the tail end of that episode in Nene approaching, and now we have Nene explaining what these code crowns they have been collecting are, and how they can help them achieve getting from zone to zone. And we have our side character Jeremy crushing on her instantly. I'm talking about, like, Davis falling in love with Kyrie, but, like, way more not subtle about it. Just, like, actually, like, saying the quiet part out loud. Whereas Davis was much more, like, kind of saying it at parts, but later on it is maybe in kind of being a little bit more shaky on the whole flirtatious vibe. But here, Jeremy's just out completely, just like, yeah, I got the feelings for you and all that stuff. Nene's like, whatever, I don't care. And this is where we are introduced to our friendly neighborhood Digibytes, which provide Digimon nutrition or data, which feeds them. I think this is the first interpretation of this we've actually separated it from we seeing the Digimon just eat food. This is them actually just eating, I suppose, what would be considered raw data, if anything, I guess is the best way of putting it. Anyway, I digress. It's a bit silly, but they love it nonetheless, so whatever. It's their typical shonen, Dragon Ball Z insert character is hungry here. Luffy from because that's something I've been watching, One Piece. Your typical character is hungry, main character is hungry vibe, or that cliche, as it were. Anyway, we get our villain of this episode, which is Neptunemon, because they're in a water zone. Once again, Cutemon and Duralmon happen to be on the scene. Shoutmon meets a friendly Cherubimon, who is seeking determination and gets the power of friendship accrued upon him by Shoutmon himself. And thus, they proceed to sneak on the boat and prepare for a sneak attack. Again, very much playing it, again, keeping on theme of that war theme. And Angie taking control of the ship that they're on like a video game. Which can actually also now be attributed to war through war-based games. That's, from what I understand, how certain things are trained in that regard. But they get attacked by an Octomon, and Chibimon charges in to help with their fusion, and they have these side cross evolution things that are pretty neat, and these often happen when it's a side Digimon or things of that nature. So we get one of those this time around. And we have one of the bad guys, generic ones or whatever, captured at or actually one of the good guys, sorry, that they are helping out, not Arcolomon, I believe it was. He gets ended up captured. So that brings us into episode 5, which is actually a continuation of this little ice or water zone in which the bad guys are trying to get him drunk to get him to shake out the location of the chip. We get the awakening of a ancient Digimon in Waymon or King Waymon, and the group, and primarily Shoutmon, get to take out some Flymon and enter inside of it. We see that some other Digimon are trying to get in there, into the Waymon, because that's where they're starting to figure, well, that's where the enemy is anyway, so might as well, go there. And indeed, Shoutmon does get jabbed here early on. And the others who are outside are currently praying for their safe return. Waymon jets them out when they accomplished, or to help them out, and to give them access when they're isolated to the code crown of this area. And Chibomon does a little assist elsewhere. But unfortunately, we have more baddies in Leviamon being summoned, and Siegemon, several of them, in the charge of after a Beedramon, this lobster-like Digimon, is taken out. Thus bringing us to episode 6. So, we actually start with Chris taking out a bug Digimon, so now they're elsewhere. And Nene updates Chris about how Mikey's been progressing through his ordeals, and gives a little bit of extra lore about these legendary cards that we have seen them picking up, which are these little use once per area kind of cards that come in handy and are used sparingly because of that regard. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say too sparingly, but you catch my drift. So with that in mind, we do see that Mikey does start using these cards, in one of them being Marine Angemon. And it has the bad guys falling in love, because Marine Angemon's a little cute Digimon, and he's irresistible, or she's irresistible. I'm not really sure what Marine Angemon is supposed to be, in this version anyway. Or, they could be in between, for all I know. I don't know. Anyway, Durulmon comes out for the assist once more with feeling. And they're made a trio once again. And we have some of the bad guy stuff with Neptunemon being the last to attack, and Waymon wanting to continue to assist with the humans yet again. And we see that Chris is willing to let Mikey, because he's in the vicinity now, to do all the work. And this actually does come into an interesting aspect of Chris's character, is that he's very much of the, I did mention the old toxic masculinity thing first. And I sort of got the vibe of, after figuring out that was his whole shtick, is that once Mikey, since he was the one already in this mission, as it were, Chris's take was that is because since he's the man already doing the job, is that he must be the one to conclude the job by himself, is the sort of natural conclusion I drew from Chris being that type of character. So that actually helped me understand some of Chris's actions rather than just being a little bit confused. And we get a little bit of more Boggermon setting up some more stuff. And Mikey still persisting that Durulmon joins their squad officially, but he refuses yet again. Which brings us to episode 7 neatly. So in this episode, we enter a new zone, a Magna Zone. It's a hot area, surprise, surprise, with Meramon all up in the face. So we get an early on fusion with Shoutmon, and we get a Skull Meramon, and once more with feeling yet again, Cutemon and Durulmon here yet again, always coming in. But this time, Durulmon notices one of the antagonist Blue Meramon. At least, there's one among them that is blue. And we get to see some more of Cutemon's actual abilities in the ability to heal. So he's the healer of the group. And we actually learn Cutemon's official mission, finally. He's looking for his mom and dad. So that establishes that indeed Digimon do have sex. Or, mate, I guess, in some form or fashion, or I'm not really sure how that works, but, they leave a Digi-Egg by the end of the result is how I can conclude that best. And sometimes, we have several ways that this can happen. Apparently, you can get birthed by two digi-parents like this, or you could get created and manifested by a drawing in, Season 3. That could happen too. So, there's more ways for Digimon to be born than humans. That's at least clear in the different seasons of Digimon. Anyway, so Durulamon was primarily here to help Cutemon complete that mission, essentially. And we get a bit of that flashback of him accepting that journey slash quest. And Cutemon wants to officially have Durulamon join at this point, seeing how much they have already worked together anyway. He thinks that his chances of finding his parents are probably likely going to increase with the powerhouse that is Mikey and his crew. And we have more fire-based Digimon like Volcanomon, and Mikey following him to get that code crown, and Digimon always willing to go to that dark zone. This season is no exception, with actual slavery being on the table. That being Digimon slavery in this instance, obviously. But this is how you do. This is how you teach slavery to kids. Is that you just insert it as Digimon, and that's a code for something else, clearly. But obviously, this is a very, very crude awakening once again in the Digimon realm. But then again, we have had abuse. We've had child abduction, and among other things in the Digimon franchise. We have had death dealt with. We have had, again, these darker themes touched upon. So it's, in the bracket of, in the spirit of Digimon, I suppose, at this point. And we do see, at least from these backstories that we've been provided throughout this episode, that Blue Meramon is the one who's always being the sort of kinder one of the slave owners, or he's the one who's you don't have to push them, let them take their breaks, stuff like that. And surprise, surprise, Cutemon continues to want to help Mikey. And they end up tackling a Bearmon by mistake. But they get ambushed by another Digimon, and this is where Durulamon, no surprise, jumps in to cheer them on, or fuse them up to 3. By the way, Shoutmon and Ballistamon and Durulamon are what activate 3, just so that's clear at this point. And Cutemon cheers them on as they continue on the attack, which brings us to episode 8. With that being said, we continue on this realm, and Volcamon is filled with anger, and actually has Mikey captured at a point. And Mikey, I called him Mikey-mon. Mikey goes on with this, seeing that he can play into this whole seeing where the slaves actually are bit. So he actually kind of just tags along in this way once he's in there. Anyway, we have some bad guys starting to argue about what their whole shtick is between Reapmon and Tactimon, 2 of the bad guy generals now arguing over which is better to do. And Tactimon, among the 2 of them, learns that Durulamon is there, and that brings a very interesting aspect to this whole dilemma. But once we then come back to Mikey, who has Shoutmon wanting to escape, so he begins trying to claw his way out. And Mikey is trying to help all these Digimon. We have several of them. We have Kodimons, we have Pumpkinmons, we have Bearmons, we have Prairiemons, and Mousemons. And they're we have those basic ones, and then there's a bunch of them within of those sets, essentially. And they are stuck with ×2 at this point in trying to get out, but Volcamon comes in, and I believe this is the first time they get to, with like powering down, they get to like go ×4 for the first time, with a little assist from one of his cards, that being an Agumon card. So Tactimon arrives on the scene, and he reveals to the entire group that Darulamon actually used to be an ex-bad guy. Which then brings us neatly into episode 9. So Tactimon creates a lightning sword, and Mikey, thusly gets separated from Darulamon, because they were pretty close together at this point. Tactimon grabs his red Digivice, and then we cut to Chris and Nene, who she's once again our exposition to Chris, therefore us, what is actually happening with Mikey. But it's more so for him as a character to keep up with the stuff that's going down. Tactimon repeats himself and trying to just lay down the hard facts of, the past, as it were. This allows Chris to join Tactimon very briefly. Blue Maramon helps the others escape, though. And Darulamon is warned by Blue Maramon of Tactimon's disregard of, will or whatever it was. But Blue Maramon takes a hit for Darulamon and quote-unquote dies in battle. Now, obviously, it has been stated in previous Digimon cycles is that Digimon are reborn, and that is established here. But the emotional toll that it takes does, in that immediate, just primal emotional state, still affect humans and Digimon alike. That is actually something I still appreciate, despite the fact that Digimon can reincarnate eventually, is that there's still that emotion, that very real emotional weight that comes with that loss. So we get a Volcanamon fusion, and Mikey summons a card, that being this time Garurumon, and surprise surprise, Darulamon accepts and fuses with Shoutmon openly. And they get up to ×3, and we see a summoned Greymon, but Chris retreating, which brings us to episode 10. We then are in a new zone, Lake Zone, which is not to be confused with one of the previous, water zones. This area is actually even colder. It's more of a freezing zone, as it were. And we see an introduction to our new allies in Nightmon, who are freed shortly. But Mikey dives in to help them immediately, and Chibimon saves him. So they get resummoned as Digimon allies. Meanwhile, we get a Blastmon telling Reapmon the truth about his very nature, or something along those lines. We have a Digimon slumbering here, and Chris walks in as these other champions. Ice Devimon and Leilamon are sort of already battling it out, as it were. Reapmon joins the fray or at least joins the conversation. And Chris meanwhile, is wanting to talk Mikey into just wanting the code crowns, all of them. And Chris talks about how he's feels guilty for this other kid, which did come across as very vague. But we do later on learn what he's referring to there. But he does indeed keep it vague for a very long time. So, meanwhile, Boggermon army is invading this castle that this zone is hosted along, I suppose is a good way of putting it. Meanwhile, Chris and Male Bergamon and Greymon finally get to show off their fusion, which actually just gets them to Metal Greymon. I mean, this version of Greymon and Metal Greymon do look different from the ones that you're typically used to anyway. They're more like Black War Greymon and Black Metal Greymon, if anything. Or blue, more akin to. So they're like color deviants. Anyway. Shoutmon defends from Ice Divimon's underwater plans going into fruition, and Chris officially joins the battle, but Mikey passes out. And I didn't write like any specifics as to what knocked him out, but that does move us into episode 11. So while he is knocked out, we have Jeremy attempting to take as an assistant to step up in the general, keeping that vibe of general alive. All the while, Angie is getting jealous of this Digimon and the way that it is portraying feelings towards Mikey. This jealousy reaches Laylamon, who uses this magic mirror fragment to lure her away from the castle. And we then finally meet a Digimon named Diapamon, who's this little golden Digimon antagonist, who later on becomes a protagonist, so he gets a character shift. Drastic one at that. But that's for a later time. Anyway, Mikey jumps into action, and Jeremy joins in. Their primary goal here is to save Angie from her being attacked by Laylamon in that way. And Nightmon joins the battle. They all digifuse into 4K. So yeah, they completely just have weird side names too on top of the numbers. So yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, Nene sees their victory and finally for the first time shows off that she has a black fusion loader, which is going to come into fruition later on. Which brings us to episode 12. So, it's more exposited that these zones act almost as completely separate worlds from one another. That is how separated the digital world, or now worlds, has become at this point. So they reach Sand Zone and pretty quickly get caught in a sandstorm. We meet Blastmon, who's feeding off of gems, and Jeremy storms in, and he's like trying to figure out some stuff on his own. But Deputymon, a straight shooter, comes into the rescue. He ends up being a future ally, but for now he leads them to this treasure to see what they'll do. He's almost like testing them at this point. And Angie gets to open the door, and as I mentioned, Digimon is kind of still testing them. At the same time, we see that Blastmon is taking down a big Mamemon, which is a big ball. And Blastmon is continuously trying to catch up, but he fails here. we have Mikey using a Magna Angemon to use this Great Golden Gate move. And after the fact, Deputymon aims the gun at the group, sort of with Pheromon as the sort of main test, as it were. And he wants proof that Mikey will bring light to the digital world. We see that Nene is in her own battle, so we get to finally see what her Digimon are like here. Nonetheless, Pheromon was surprise in on this test, and once passed, provides more cards and top of the crown for this area. Chris is also in the vicinity, and he unleashes his Cybergemon. And that brings us to episode 13. So, we get a fight right off the bat with Blastmon, Cybergemon, and Sparrowmon, so it's like a three-pronged battle that is happening right off the gate. Meanwhile, a statue is uncovered by Reapmon, and surprisingly, he allows the team to fuse up after seeing this statue. It seems to have an effect on him, but Mikey falls into a pit, and Reapmon, after following him, actually ends up bowing before Mikey. And he actually exposes that he was previously among the good guys. In fact, he was among the Angemon of Light warriors. But the light, as he puts it, was never upon him, as he kind of proclaims. And this is where the first time I confused in my notes Thomas again. That's Chris I meant to put there. And Nene are, still alloying it up. But, nonetheless, Mikey uploads some cards to help him on his journey, with Guilmon being his card of choice this time around. And we see more backstory with Reapmon practicing with this one Angemon. And he talks about how this queen of theirs never smiled upon him. And he was possessed at a point and was forced to take out the Angemon, and that when he saw that, I guess that just made him fall so down in the pit that he ended up joining the Bogremon army. So yeah, that's how that all came apart. And we have Digimon being sealed away. And we have a little bit of Lilamon action. And Shoutmon reaches X4 again for the next time as Reapmon falls here at the very tail end of the episode. Which brings us to episode 14. Here we see I keep wanting to say Mikey, using the Code Crown, gives him a little lift, and Pheromon explains how the Light Warrior can be restored. Meaning that Reapmon can be restored to something else, as it were. Meanwhile, Leilamon summons Machinedramon, a very devastating Digimon antagonist indeed, in previous games and even in previous Digimon stuff. But, nonetheless, Reapmon doesn't have quite the will to go on anymore. It kind of shows that he's been out here for a long time, just kind of wandering, as it were. And we see that Machinedramon is a force to be reckoned with as he absorbs other evil Digimon to get even bigger. And we get another flashback where Angemon tells Reapmon that he is his own worst enemy. So we actually get quite a bit of Reapmon for a character as an antagonist. But that doesn't surprise me, because this is the episode where Reapmon changes to this version of Beelzemon. Now, typically that is reserved for Impmon, or at least in prior, in Season 3. Here they have this Reapmon having the capability of turning into a different version of Beelzemon. And I'll say the slight change in look isn't even all that bad. His look is fine in this version, even when he digivolves again. It's like a gray metal suit, but it's fine. I think the look is fine. Anyway, that brings us to episode 15, where they end up in Sky Zone. This is where they see a baby Digimon is punished pretty early on for doing a minimal crime of being shoved or like falling into like a piece of art or whatever. And Beelzemon is like following it at a distance, kind of being sussed out pretty early on. Mikey is saved by a Shakomon, which is a fusion of its own right, but I guess in this version it's its own Digimon, maybe, perhaps. But these Digimon that are under the police are arrested by these Piximons and these other Digimon that are in this area. And we have, surprise, surprise, a reintroduction or a reattribution to Lucymon. Now, for those who don't remember, Lucymon was an antagonist in one of the previous Digimon series. That being like at the tail end of the fusion one with the humans. And this is him in the kid version. So we see how deceptive Lucymon can be as he's putting on this charade to gain the leadership role of this entire area. And we are introduced to his opponent / Angemon. So Lucymon spreads his deception, saying that Shakomon is a bad spy. And that's in complete opposition. It turns out that Shakomon is spying in the opposite direction, in the good guy direction. But he's trying to lay it on thick for Mikey and the others. But his Jum-based Digimon, whose name I didn't write, ends up getting in his own trouble. Which causes them to all get in trouble as a group, and then they have to attempt to... they're like planning to break out. Slash Angemon arrives, but Lucymon cuts them off before they can unleash a punishment, which would have been death. And seeing how they were, how the punishment was that harsh, Mikey prompts the audience to go in favor of Lucymon over Angemon in favor of these more lenient policies that Lucymon seems to be in favor of. Which brings us to episode 16. So, Shoutmon finds Lucymon in the distance, who again Shakomon has been spying on continuously, and we learn that he's like the commissioner, or she is the commissioner. And we see that Lucymon is also in looking for these hidden items that are also providing power, like this phantom mist that they refer to in this episode, and him breaking into this not laboratory. Oh my god, I'm completely blanking on the word. Bookshelf area. I don't know why, I'm completely blanking on the word for that. Anyway, I'll digress because I'm going to think about it too long. So Lucymon eventually evolves, surprise, surprise. And Nene arrives with Axe Nightmon, which is the first time we're seeing her other Digimon, because fusions, so obviously we got 2 per Digimon, or 2 per group anyway. at the bare minimum. But the other Digimon are complaining about their suffering, and Lucymon now brushing them off. So Shoutmon obviously gets back up after being knocked down. They activate 4B, which is a different combination. I forget what Digimon they add in, but this allows them to grab the crown, but Lucymon grabs Nene. Which brings us to episode 7. Lucymon evolves again to the bigger form, the flying form, with the monstrous look. And Shoutmon reaches normal 4. Other Digimon get released, Mikey regroups. It is doing a little bit of recoupment here. And that being with Sparrowmon this time around. She is very suspicious of that because she's already in the working with Nene vibe and completely interested in her, but not this other human. Excuse me. So, Mikey calls his card, this time around being Patamon. And meanwhile, Sparrowmon is grabbed just before reaching Nene. But by the end of the episode, surprise, surprise, Sparrowmon does eventually allow herself to join into the mix, which allows them to reach Digimon Shoutmon times 5. And we also learn that Ike's Nightmon also got what he wanted, which they leave vague right now. Anyway, we see at episode 18 that Mikey and the others as their alliance with X Nightmon, or their incitement of X Nightmon, is now being tested as all things are going down. Meanwhile, Beelzemon is helping others along, as some other bad guys in Blastmon and Tactimon get an introduction to Damemon. And we get 2 others in Stingmon and Lilymon getting attacked. Or when they flee the scene, they bump into, Stingmon and Lilymon. This is when we have our first introduction in this season of 2 Digimon that are in love. And I love how they brought love back into the equation for Digimon. I like how they played it off in that one episode for Vmon with Gatomon, but I don't like how they never continued anything with that. That was always something that really bugged me about Digimon Season 2. I really would have liked to have seen their relationship blossom into something. But here we have a relationship that's actually already underway, with being Stingmon and Lilymon already established as a couple. And they see that, or they perceive anyway, that Jeremy and Angie are actually a great couple, which is something that they never thought was a thing, but now they're kind of being forced to be that thing. So Chris and Nene are also there, surprise, surprise. And Tactimon stops and tries to get in Mikey's way. Meanwhile, while that's going on, Jeremy and Angie get them deeper into the love zone. And yes, I did note that as the love zone. Here we do get a little bit of our chicanery and nonsense that Digimon Fusion does like to take part in. And to be fair, other Digimon seasons do have their downtime moments, and this is in the back and forth between action-packed stuff happening and this absolute chicanery between the love stuff going on, with Shoutmon like singing in the background to like help support them because he's totally vibing in that way. Nonetheless, Mikey gets Shoutmon to Fort B. Nene and Chris, or Chris alone, takes down Stingamon and even Nene. I kept writing Thomas at this point. I do apologize. Unless that was his name, and I'm getting confused now. Oh my god. I almost want to look that up, but whatever. It's too late to do that now. Anyway, X-Nightmon comes out and goes ahead into the barrier, so he's trying to get access to these code crones as well. Seems to be his whole shtick. Which brings us to episode 19, and this is now one of my longest videos, but we're not even close to being done. Anyways, X-Nightmon goes in, and Decadramon is a healer Digimon. And he talks about this dance of true heart that they have performed, that being Angie and Jeremy back there. Meanwhile, Mikey goes to Thomas. Oh my god, I'm just gonna say Thomas because I put it in my notes that way. Nonetheless, he says that he's given up. Meanwhile, while that's going on, Jeremy and Angie continue through their dance sequence. As they're, like, I think at this point, like, holding up the gate is what this is meant to do. So, the Barger army is coming for them, and the team split up. Mikey gets ready to face off against Max Nightmon, and Thomas gets his Metal Greymon and into the scene. And X-Nightmon fights both of them, and Nene admits the reason why she's allowing any of this to happen is that she has a younger brother who only X-Nightmon knows the location of this younger brother, and that the Digimon is using a human to gain its further power, which is actually the first or second instance this is actually happened but followed through it happening. And the previous instance of this happening but not happening was with Rika and Ice Devimon when Renamon had abandoned her. Ice Devimon saw that this was an advantageous time, went up to her to say like, hey, I can give you ultimate power, but she was like, nah, I don't want that though, not without Renamon though, because she's actually my real partner / friend at this point. Anyway, this is actually like, this Digimon actually was like, no, I am controlling you though, because I actually got dirt on you. That dirt being your little brother though, so, you know, behave. Or else, as he would put it, or, no, insist. And I put Chris back, oh boy. These notes are fun. Anyway, Decadramon decides to join him, which is always an interesting choice, but, you know, color scheming wise, it makes total sense. But, because Decadramon is definitely a Digimon that sort of opposes Chris later on, so that's definitely why I put that there. Anyway, in episode 20, Xmon grabs Mikey. I'll just call him Xmon for short, instead of X-Nightmon, and forces him out when he can't open this orb. So this orb thing is like an orb of like darkness or whatever. So he's like testing all three of them at a point. But he currently tested Mikey, and Mikey seems to indicate that Mikey is still, quote-unquote, pure of heart, if anything. I suppose is sort of be the inclination that this little gauge is trying to get. Anyways, they are pervaded by some Garbagemon, but Durulamon gives some chase, and Shoutmon with some help, and they get further assistance by Puppetmon. And the others group up as we are in this sort of trash pile zone, as Grand Locomon is like their next rival, this train. And Puppetmon grabs the Digivice in order to think that he will provide it to this Grand Locomon in order to escape this world, or zone, as they keep calling it in this. So indeed, Puppetmon continues to do that up until Grand Locomon just takes it from him and then leaves him behind. We see Puppetmon switch back to defending Mikey, though, so he's definitely kind of back and forth between, where his allyship lies, depending on what he wants. Meanwhile, and I changed the name again, X moves on to Chris / Thomish. I don't know why I kept crossing out their names, but I did do that, so I figure I might as well keep that in at this point. I think it's funny at this point, whatever. Anyway, 21, X Nightmon continues his attack, where Spiramon gets to Mikey, and Laylamon is in the scene with Damemon. And unfortunately, Axmon is also doing some more stuff, getting to Laylamon as well, wanting to have her join in this collision, I suppose, if we're using war terms. But he's planning on a bigger betrayal, but he's putting that, and she is too, by the way, but, out of the two of them, I think you already know, based on their personalities that we see on display there, which one is going to prevail better in that regard. So, anyway, Shoutmon times up with, and I put it Thomas on this one, 2X. Meanwhile, Nene helps them reach level 5, or Shoutmon 5. And Puppetmon also joins the fight. Maki summons a card in Metagarurumon, but X uses his Dark Loader, and does his big betrayal against everybody. Or at least towards Laylamon, and they push on past Blastmon, and Chris goes off on his own, and however, Lord Boggermon himself is coming down from that throne, because he's getting angrier. Which brings us to episode 22. Here we see Mikey checking in with Nene, as she has fallen over due to an attack. Due to Kudimon. And Mikey gets sent hurling into Digispace, where he's caught by a Wisemon, who ends up in their allyship, but is initially wanting to test him in his own specimen sort of way, but is willing to defend his specimen, as he puts it earlier on anyways. Mikey eventually gets his loader and gets Shoutmon to X5. And so, Laylamon gets back to see the damage that has been done due to the betrayal. Which brings us to episode 23. We bring ourselves to the Monotamon village here, where Musimon is in this castle. They're clearly making a reference to ninja stuff here in this zone, with Monotamon behaving or attempting to behave like ninja in their movements and their abilities as well as the other Digimon very much in tow with that vibe, including Musimon being a very ninja-like Digimon, and Shurimon too. So Musamon is sort of, or Shushimon is actually the one that is letting down Musamon because he seems to be the one in charge, giving these tapes to like help him fade into this like lull sense of like not causing harm, because apparently he'll just like lash out at everybody. Meanwhile, these Edamons come in to save Jeremy from something or other, and more Japanese stuff happens with Karatemon moving in. And here we have our next bit of shenanigans, as they're trying to make this Digimon Karemon that they're in front of. He has the access to the Code Crown, but the only way he'll offer it to them is if they can make him laugh. So this is where we see very much our next bit of chicanery with everybody doing their bit. We have Mikey using Shoutmon to do side evolutions that aren't typical, so we get to see what he would have been fused like with other Digimon, and that's also trying to simultaneously act as a comical beat at this juncture, but it is not working. And it is the bizarre combination of Nene and Angie doing this skit, as it were, to get the Code Crown via laughter. Anyway, episode 24. Some Monotamon sneak into this temple. Durulamon steps up. But some of their bad ninja Digimon start to attack. Mikey summons Impmon as their card here. And Durulamon saves the team from the other side. However, now they're split between two teams, and the outside team is like struggling. And this is with Jeremy, by the way. And Durulamon is there with them, by the way. So they're the ones that have been struggling. They're trying to get to this princess, as they have been learning about. But Nene also comes in for the save. And this is where her, someone's fusion loader, I wrote his, but I know I should have wrote whose fusion loader turns white here. I think it's hers, though. And her, high vision Monotamon is formed, and Shoutmon, in the meanwhile, goes to 5, and the Princess Babamon is revealed. That being the old lady Digimon. Cut to episode 25. Which brings us Chris attacking Mercuramon, a new Digimon antagonist for the week. And Blastmon, once again, jumps down to understand how many Code Crowns they have, which are currently 34 out of 100 something rather. And Deckergreymon is formed. We get some Digimon fallen, including Blastmon, Shoutmon, Greymon all fall. And Greymon and Birdamon shout at Shoutmon for being the weak among the trio. At Shoutmon in tow, this is around the point in which I think they should have had something prior happen, that being a specific Digimon attacking Shoutmon in a specific way, because this is where this leads to Shoutmon starting to fade out of his fusions without him wanting to. So this is the beginning of that arc, or his character, I guess, setback, as it were. So, yeah. Excuse me. This part does fail in its setup, but the execution is still fine nonetheless. Anyway, This is where we again get to hear Chris wanting to take over to make sure only the strong Digimon survive. So that is his goal of him collecting all of the code crowns. Whereas Mikey wants Shoutmon to become the king and to be a kind king, which again brings me right back to Zatch Bell. Whereas Bulbmon is sent in as their next rival. And Shoutmon grabs in some 4K action, and Greymon joins in, but Chris leaves shortly after. Which brings us to episode 26. So, Mikey loads up all of his Digimon that he's been collecting back to the Minuta zone. Shoutmon, in the meanwhile, grabs Ballistamon to help him practice one-on-one on these, to get him back on track. And he's doing this in secret, and this being in tow with his character, with him doing the whole king bit thing, and this is the reason I held back on this, is that when he was initially talking about wanting to be king, he kept it pretty selfish inclined at first. He didn't explain it that well. He kind of just said, I want to be king. But later on, when he was isolated from the humans, he exposited towards the others, the other Digimon that being, is that he wanted to be king to help other Digimon exclusively. Now here, he's trying to save face because now Mikey has come to rely on Shoutmon in that degree, and Shoutmon feels like if he can't provide that maintaining of Shoutmon times whatever, that they will lose. So this is a matter of maintaining that persona, but Mikey does catch on. Like, he sees that Shoutmon is doing this eventually, but he understands that Shoutmon has this level of pride at this point, so he accepts that Shoutmon has that level of pride of wanting that independence, or this little solo act that he tries to put up with. Thus we have some antagonist and Blastmon and Tactimon. Some more training happening. Beelzemon is helping out, also seeing the bad guys, hearing stuff. And Tuarmon sees that the group is struggling and wants to help in their training. The real Blastmon arrives, because there was a fake one at a point. And Shoutmon goes to 4B, and then 5B later on. And Shoutmon reiterates that he's going to be a king for Digimon, both strong and weak Digimon alike. He's going to be a king for all Digimon to be under as a leader, so more so than a king, but that's just more of the title thing. So as they learn about how many code crowns each group has, they learn that Red currently is in the lead with 29 crowns at the helm of all the crown collecting a trio of humans. Which brings us to episode 27. Mikey goes to Spidermon and then transfers zones. Spidermon's like this little snow leopard, I guess, looking Digimon. And we have Coronamon, who is like this fire Digimon from one of the games. Was it Dawn and Dusk? Oh god, I'm forgetting the Digimon names of the games. Anyway, Angie, and this more shenanigan-based episode, I suppose, is because they're in the cooking zone now. So they need to like cook to get their reward. So Angie's put in charge of cooking. She's referred to as the Queen Chef, and a bake-off begins. Meanwhile, Nene's sneaking around, doing some ninja-ass shit. And does some attacking in the wings of that. But we have some bad fusion as well, as Motoromon and Gigawarumon fuse, and Shoutmon goes to 4, and Spadamon wishes to join their group, and joins in for Digimon 4S, and they get a lance in their fusion as a part of Spadamon's lance thing that he has as a weapon. This is the first time a Digimon, that being Coroniamon, mentions that Keatmon's parents were seen by him but were gone. So Keatmon is now like, oh, we're actually getting close now, as they get sent downward. So 28. Obviously we get Keatmon now in a rush looking for his parents, as the group gets attacked by these Raremons. Jeremy and Nene come across these other Digimon, and we learn that the Raremon are actually Digimon that get turned into Raremon. And Breakjamon was the one who divided the worlds according to lore, the fusion lore, as it were. Anyway, Mikey and Nene do their fusion into 5, and Breakjamon is the one who's preventing Cutemon from reaching his parents. Breakjamon can heal due to his parents' ability, because they also have a healing ability. So their enemies are constantly getting healed because of this. So Mikey and Spadamon rush in. Mikey saves the parents in a desperate charge-in attack, and the Digimon all return. Bringing us into episode 29, that being Greydamon attacking in Battle Zone. Yes, it's called Battle Zone, so, you know, very akin to this whole war shtick. Anywho, sees all the crowns turning into a red flag. I don't know what that means, but whatever. So Greydamon is turned gold. So this is provided that when Digimon are in the influence of a zone that is of their master's desire, I guess, they just sort of take on that collective desire, I suppose, is the best way of putting this. So to put that in another way, like say if Chris/Thomas won instead the most code crowns, Greydamon would probably turn into a stronger Digimon in accordance with Chris's desire, if that makes any sense. Anyway, so these bad Digimon get some good Digimon and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And Tactimon forces them to sort of stay and fight. Surprise, surprise, Chris and Mikey fuse up to face off against Tactimon. And Greydamon helps join in, as Billsmon also joins in the fray, which allows them to push into 5B, or whatever their fusion name is called at this point. Which then brings us to episode 30, aka the Season 1 finale. We cut back to the real world and see that now all the code crowns are like being collected, all of them are grouped up. that the real world is facing more and more blackouts, that their time is running out. So Mikey gets shunted from Jeremy and Angie and finds an iconic Digimon in Omnimon. He mentions the Royal Knights, which is a reference that we have seen once before at this point. And only he, this time, can return to the digital world with the remaining power that he has. But the bad guys are not too far behind as Tactimon gives chase, and he uses Darktimon and Tactimon to smash their way in. And Angie and Jeremy are stalked by a version of Tactimon that is sort of warping in between the two worlds, as it were. But as a part of Shoutmon's power in returning is that he is actually able to digivolve, which, considering that this has been all about Digimon Fusion, the ability to digivolve seems to be even more powerful or more potent in this version, which brings him to Omni Shoutmon. And we see, for the first time, a glimpse of Huen. And that is going to wrap up Season 1. I'm going to go ahead and stop this clip, but it's going to be clipped onto Seasons 2 and 3. So I'm going to go ahead and change this poster to Seasons 2 poster, and we will continue on our journey throughout Digimon's Fusion of Season 2 up next. And welcome back to Digimon Fusion Season 2 Retroactive recap, essentially. I mean, we do literally start off the season with an actual recap of what's been happening in Season 1, just in case you were off put. Obviously, as we see here, Mikey has a slightly different look, but different vibes lead to whatever. Anyway, we see that some time has passed in the digital world once they return in the world. So, surprise, surprise, the digital world speeds up, as we all have come to know if you've seen Digimon before. But if you haven't, that's what goes down. So Lilymon's in quite a pinch, and some other baddies, along with Megadramon, are causing some commotion, but they spot a Dracomon who's fighting the good fight still among the Dragon Digimon, and these Dragon Digimon seem to be implementing that they were the enforcers, the top dogs of the digital world. And the difference now that they have been gone for so long is that these zones have now been reshifted into seven different kingdoms instead. Shoutmon tries to fight back, but for some now, he can't seem to digivolve immediately after doing it prior. We have the return of Blue Flare, the Team Squad. And Axe talks with his brother, as it's now revealed, Boggermon. This is the first new piece of intel we're getting about these two, is that they're brothers. Two bad guy brothers. And Laylamon is demoted in her services have being failed in Season 1, as Damemon is promoted. We get to see more evil Digimon like Apollomon and Splashmon. Each of these new Digimon representing the 7 bad guy evil generals within these new 7 kingdoms, as it were, and get an idea of what, sort of honing down the shtick of Season 2. But it is still a fight for Shoutmon to be the king. That has not shifted in any way, despite us being in Season 2. Nonetheless, Dracomon ends up being a fan of Chris. Because Chris is still in the digital world as well as Nene is, as we'll learn, well, now at least for Chris, is. And some of the Digimon are aware that this fusion team has now returned. So, things are alleviated. Shoutmon gets to Digivolve at the end of the episode. Omnimon makes a new tunnel as he makes his way towards Fenglongmon. And so this is where this is the first time where we actually see the little card thing be like reset as they're re-traveling, I think. But they get attacked by their new bad guy of the week, that being Pedlamon. And we see our Nene reappear here now. But we have more baddies in Dobrikmon planning to erase the fusion squad using Crabmons and Betamons. And Nene wants Chris, to kind of get back on the track. But Chris doesn't want any part of Dracomon being on his squad, because again, the whole thing about being weak, he perceives Dracomon as being a weak Digimon because that is a rookie form, I suppose, is the best way of putting this. But he does come in handy in his own regard, setting off an explosion, helping the fusion fighters attempt to escape. But Durukbon absorbs to do stuff, and the squad goes up to 5B. And unfortunately, Great Dracomon is almost crushed by until Meadow Greymon appears and pushes through the punishment that was meant to be for him. So Meadow Greymon also gets the ability at this point to Digivolve to Zeke Greymon, which allows him to get the job done. And Nene is the first to suggest to the blue squad and the red squad, that being Mikey and Chris, joining up officially, even though they have been butting heads pretty consistently. Which brings us to episode 3 of season 2, in which they transfer over. But Chris goes on his own path because he wants nothing to do with their time together. But negative energy is being drawn into this purple crystal thingamajig, while we get introduced to Lopmon, as Lady Devimon proceeds to attack. The group falls back as they see the Lady Devimons have the capacity to heal over time, but Lopmon, despite being alone, is quite in the fuss of sorts. Shoutmon fuses up with just Sparrowmon, I believe at this point anyway. And Chris shows up only after some time, and they set up attack for the castle and these Lady Devimon. And they use more shenanigans using Cutemon and help helping him pretend he's a Lopmon, because they're both small, relative in size, so they managed to pull this off to a degree. So Mikey has Cutemon and Nene escape. Meanwhile, Neomyotismon is not happy with that at all. But Lopmon grabs the fusion loader and helps them get to 5, and helps them take down the force field. And Beelzemon later on joins the fray. And we see that Neomon is fused with his army, but so too is Metal Greymon, also fused. Which brings us to episode 4, which we see that Lopmon is talking about this white Lopmon, this legendary legend, as it were. Mikey grabs Chris, and they're still talking about this white Lopmon and what power it very well may possess. Anyway, Chris goes on to hold off the army, and as the army is moving, Nene is doing her own stuff, fending them off, blowing up the bridge, and the cage that was meant for something or other is now empty. So Shoutmon charges forth, and Shoutmon moves in, only to get swallowed up with Lopmon too. I think this is something that Shoutmon's like, we gotta get in there for this to work, or whatever. So all the Lopmon that are in this sphere thing join together, and they collectively become this white Lopmon that has been legicified up until this point. Here we see Mikey and Chris can digivolve each of their Digimon respectively. And Lopmon uses their now mixed entity force to allow those two, now that they're digivolved, to digifuse. So this is what allows them to reach Digimon Degeneration X, or DX for short. Or, So this is where, this is, again, Shoutmon's starting to look cool in his Digivolutions and all that cool stuff. Anyway, we cut to episode 5, in which they traverse Beautyland and meet Lilamon and Ignightmon as the baddie, trying to drain some stuff, and Lord Zamilmon ends up being this tiny little Digimon. Another Digimon rushes in for the save, and we learn that this Digimon is named Mervamon. And boy oh boy, sexual attraction is here to stay. I'll say that for now. The boss of this zone noticed that they're this legendary thing, and Chris was like, he doesn't want any of this anymore. He was like in the vicinity, he's like, nope, I'm out of here. Meanwhile, Mervamon charges relentlessly into battle, and Ignitmon reveals that she's going to be facing against whatever younger sibling, or her only younger sibling, as well as a fellow Digimon. But Mervamon does not back down. Thus, Grand Kuwagamon is summoned, and Nene moves in, and Mervamon joins in with Nene's crew with Spiramon and a Fusionmon to create Jet Mervamon. So now we're getting Digivolutions and Digifusions after the fact, is seemingly the gimmick now. Anyway, the group regroups while Chris moves on his own. He's doing his own thing. He fights through some Blossomon. He sees this boy in the distance, and he kind of surveys or surmises this might be human. Nonetheless, uh, he kind of vanishes, so you can't really tell what that was meant to be at the tail end of it. But Chris and Billsmon ends up in the fray. Uh, so they survive an ice area where Metal Greymon and Billsmon attack the main base that they're now in, and Zenilmon, their next antagonist, goes up to full size because he was like this mini Digimon that they were fighting this whole time. Because this is like the whole gimmick was like he was feeding off of honey or whatever. Shoutmon goes to 4, Marvmon goes to Jet version, and Shoutmon goes to DX. And they fake him out in their attacks, and they defeat their next lord, as it were. And Huan, from a distance, is indeed revealed in the distance and has been watching on their the festivities, as it were. Which brings us to episode 7, where they are continuing now to look for Nene's brother, Ewan. I spelled it differently, too, as well, in my notes. So he's doing his own capturing of Deputymon, because Deputymon's still there. And the others wanting to join in. And Tuarmon reveals himself as their antagonist, but Nene charges forward, wanting to save her brother. But Laylamon is having not much of that. And X reveals that she was indeed demoted to them, I guess, in a weird, like, I don't know, moment. Or by himself, I forget why he does that, but whatever. Talmon is summoned as their antagonist. And Ewan captures Nene. So now we're seeing that he is definitely going on a whole different vibe from all the other humans here. And we get a flashback of when they were even younger children, that being Nene and Ewan as younger siblings, and we see that Ewan, as a younger kid, accidentally killed a butterfly and freaked out about it, essentially. And we see that he was introduced to a voice at the very most, and was shifted by the darkness, as it were. So we cut back to our current timeline where Mervamon is leaping out in the illusion of like something or other is broken. I don't remember what I should have been more detail oriented in my note taking for some of this stuff, but whatever. Anyway, Nightmon returns, and Ewan preps up real quick. He's showing off that he is quite a Digimon strategist, as of a young strategist, and I think that this is a reference. Maybe I could be wrong, but I do think that this might be a reference, and I could be wrong, to Hanbei of Samurai Warriors fame, or the Sengoku War era. Hanbei, for those of you who don't know, in the earlier Samurai Warriors game, is portrayed as this young, virtually like this kid warrior, essentially, but being an excellent strategist. And he wasn't on the good guy squad, for whatever you would consider the good guy squad by any stretch of the imagination. He was pretty cool with Nobunaga to that whole era. He was like, yeah, Nobunaga was pretty chill. So that's the vibe. And he had Kanbei as his fellow strategist. Anyway, moving on. Back to Digimon. Shoutmon does his Digivolution to 5B. And we have some Wisemon coming back and dealing with this whole illusionary stuff that they have been dealing with in this sequence, which brings us to episode 8. They end up in Cyberland, where a Waymon spots them, and they are now being harassed by several Angemon. Shoutmon goes to 4, Greymon is in action, Mervmon joins the fray, Spearamon joins the fray, etc., etc. And we see or discover that Waymon in this zone is a hollow husk of a robot thing. And they find what appears to be a human named Luca, this young girl who Dorulamon is immediately sus of. And we see that once Luca is in separate of that group, that indeed has a alternative motive in mind in tricking the Tamers throughout this episode. And Dorulamon is trying to act when in accordance to when he thinks he should. Luca trying to play it off like she's being assaulted by this Digimon, and they're taking Luca's side. I mean, her being referred to Lucamon actually kind of makes a little bit of sense, ironically, I suppose. So, although those issues earlier just coming out in full swing today. Anyway, Cutemon appears behind. However, we get to see that this zone, the Splashmon, the ruler, is able to use fake outs of characters using a fake Cutemon to splash Dorulamon. And this is when Splashmon officially reveals himself and shows that Luca was indeed a puppet of his creation. And of course they have now Dorulamon attack the Fusion Fighters. So this is your way of getting Dorulamon to fight, be back in the antagonistic force for a brief moment, as it were. Which brings us to episode 9, where they use this to try to fake join into the Barger army kind of vibes going off, and Chris is not doing his own thing, so he's walking off yet again. Surprise, surprise. No surprises there anymore, I suppose. Meanwhile, Mikey falls back with Deputymon. And we see that the real Dorulamon, because we have our fake one here, with our group, is caged up, and Cutemon gets to him. And Mervmon gets involved, and Splashmon, who takes Nene's Digivice, or tries to attempt to anyway. And then we have Mikey getting faked out by a Nene clone. Cutemon finds the real Nene. So, meanwhile, Mikey has been leading this Luca along in this thing that seems to be revealing these fake reveals along the way, and Mikey's actually been playing surprisingly in accordance with this. He has known this, as we learn later on, as he puts it, and put on this act of falling for this whole shtick for quite a while. And he says that he came to that conclusion because he immediately trusted when Dorulamon said it the first time. I think that's how they put it later on. But anyways, that brings us to them taking on Splashmon using the steam and getting them all vaporized. So, episode 10, the team lands on the ocean. They use Digimon as a boat, but they get sucked into Legmon, this pirate-like Digimon. So, Olegmon is probably the most interesting, or one of the more interesting Season 2 antagonists out of the more, uh, of the bunch, as he outright just tells the group the truth of what he's after. Like, he's not hiding anything. Um, and indeed, he ends up showing that Ballistamon has a little bit more going on for him than what he was initially seen as. But while they're on this boat, before we can get to that, we see that three of Chaltmon's friends are now in this singing trance of this sea shanty that Olegmon has been spreading to Lunamon, Spadamon, and Coronamon, the two cooks, and our new lady gal friend, who's accompanied us for a bit in the Digivice, who's now out, and all of them are switching side to Olegmon. And eventually more and more of the Digimon crew are getting in. Shoutmon gets in, Greymon is in, Cutemon and Sparrowmon eventually get in. And interestingly enough, Ballistamon is the one Digimon that is immune to this whole shtick going on. Depthmon attack a nearby village. They're specifically looking for Ballistamon at this point. But Lilymon checks in, and we get his backstory from him talking to her about it. So in this backstory, we see that Durumon doesn't remember his past, but was saved by Shoutmon himself. Shoutmon fixing Ballistamon, and them becoming friends immediately afterwards. So, Shoutmon eventually gets, I forget, like, what they do to, like, trance out of it. But, let's just say, Olegmon has a thing up his sleeve as he makes Ballistamon digivolve into Dark Volumon, the evil version of him. So now we get to see what this evil version of this Digimon looks like. Which brings us to episode 11, where he's formed. Olegmon lets out these two shadows that are like on his shoulders, named Sutri and Jomurnger. Meanwhile, Chris's team gets spiraled out of the way. Mikey is captured, and the rest of the team is as well. Recaptured by the song. Nene is captured as well. Olegmon threatens to use this Volumon as a way to beat the squad. Nene is punished, but that allows Shoutmon to leap into action once again. And Deckermon capsizes the ship once they arrive on the scene. Shoutmon fuses him and Ballistamon, despite their thing going on. Shoutmon, bringing it all the way back to fate, says that they were fated to be friends. And Ballistamon does go back to normal, and allows them to access 4S. The others obviously joining in on that. But Ballistamon is the one who deforms to use his own voice against him. So it actually just ends up being a solo battle at the tail end of that battle. And Olegmon couldn't be more proud at the end of that tale. Which brings us to episode 12. They end up in Canyonland, where they meet Gravimon, or Gravimon's the one in charge anyways. This time, Chris is, sat idly by. He thinks he's totally got this one. He's ready to show what he's been, wanting to show off all this time. How fast and how consistently that they can just wipe out a force if they use his strategy. So he devises this strategy once they learn how large Gravimon's army is, and he says to give them 10 minutes in order to act as two separate distractions, as he will be the main force in an all-out attack. The others protest, thinking that this is going to be their toughest enemy thus far, and this will be too rough. However, Mikey steps in, saying that they'll do it. So Nene does her flying route. Meanwhile, Mikey, the Nene group has Cutemon with them. Mikey wants to avoid fighting for as long as conceivably possible, but, that can only last them so long. So Dorulemon comes in for the save on that front, saving Chris's reckless attack for last. So surprise, surprise, Chris charges forward, and Greymon goes to Zeke Greymon. He thinks he's got it all figured out, and Mikey continues to want to retreat because they are now being overwhelmed on their side. Nene continues her attack from above, but it's starting to look like it's also faltering to a degree. And Gravimon relents back to Chris, and this is where we finally get Chris's backstory, as it finally were, and this be a man attitude in the way that he's been behaving in this episode, and even prior to this episode, has all been pushed on by his father, giving him that talk of, you gotta be the man of a house. Saying that when he's a kid, by the way. So, groomer mentality. Because you can do that too. Surprise, surprise. Into creating a actual toxic masculinity attitude, which has now forgone in this all-out assault, as it were, because he thought he was the man, as it were. And indeed, Gravimon is the one who can push Chris to his absolute breaking point on this part. But Chris proceeds to try to go on the attack anyway, which brings us neatly into episode 13, where Chris, with again Zeke Greymon, unfortunately is knocked out of his form, and Metal Greymon is whatever now. So Chris summons two more of his Digimon, that being Decadramon as well. Or Decadramon fuses himself out of the thing. Meanwhile, Mikey does what he intended to do, which is fall back. Nene goes back, and we see more of Chris's wordage, and we see that his father was rich. But then we cut back, because this is all during his youth, and later on we see that his father had become hospitalized, and that Chris was indeed looking for help for him, and to maintain that man of the house now that his father has been hospitalized sort of mentality has now, that groomer shtick has actually stuck in. It has actually really ill-fated his entire young adult life in this way, and that has really dictated a lot of his decisions throughout all of this fusion fighting experience. And through this, Gravamon moves in, push it using gravity, surprise, surprise, it's kind of in the name. And he kind of hears his father's voice as this sort of like torment slash like realization of how bad it was. And in this process, they lose Decadramon. He dies. And since this is Chris's Digimon, this is a significant loss to him. So he absolutely breaks down here. And thus, the three tamers start the Great Fusion Squad. And this is the first time, now that they have all formed up, where Shoutmon reaches level 7, which brings us to episode 14. So, right off the bat, we start with Shoutmon 7 battling Gravimon. But we still have Chris blaming himself for what just happened to Decadramon. Meanwhile, High Visionmon is used as recon as Gravimon reforms and is even gets High Visionmon caught. Cutemon and the others are sort of going incognito with Nene costume. By the way, in season 2, she does this quite a bit. She like disguises as several Digimon throughout this season, going in as a Wendigomon, because it's like the Digimon in the vicinity. There's a high number of them anyway. So they're looking for Gravimon's core, but it doesn't appear anywhere near the castle. And indeed, he hid his core, as it were, inside Mikey. So Chris hands over his blue loader to Mikey, as Mikey jumps in the way of an attack, forcing Gravimon to pull out that core thing that he put into Mikey, and then that once they have the advantage of not being a threat in that way, they blast him. Which brings us neatly to episode 15, where they get to Brightland, and there's only a tower. They find Digimon are stuck here, and they meet Apollomon and Sethmon and Marsmon, and they are summoning enemies, and the teams go to work. They do some Shoutmon DX. Apollomon invites them up later on, as Ewan watches from the distance. So he's back at it again. That darn old Ewan, that young Ewan, thinking that this is still a game. By the way, this has been what's been on his plate this entire time, is that Ewan has been tricked that this digital world is just a game, and it's his way of coping for the loss of that little butterfly and the shitty life that could have protruded from that little incident. I know it's a little bit on the sillier side, but, you know, it's meant for a younger kid, so I'm like, it works, I suppose. So Shoutmon 4 stops with Metal Greymon, and Apollomon saves Mikey, which leaves them all confused, or at least him initially. We see that Apollomon's left hand is not fully healed by the transaction that is acquired in this sequence. But Ewan and his Digimon Twarmon are in the scene and fly alongside this sequence. And we see that Apollomon is able to split his personality. He has a split personality, in fact. And Mikey relates that he doesn't want to evolve. Which brings us back to 16. They end up in the underworld, quote-unquote, where the group ends up in a castle where their projected enemy ends up being Ewan himself. He's finally caught them, as it were. as a projection, he says that this game is all about destroying one another. And Chris being among the ones to stand up first and say that he will accept the half on this battle and takes control in terms of strategy. So this is his redemption for the earlier strategy. And it's against a fellow strategist in Ewan's Digimon strategy, just to keep that in mind. So, just like that, we get our battle sequences going on and about. So Shoutmon, Mervmon, Beelsmon, we got our fighters on our hero side, we got Axmon fighting on the antagonist side, and Chris moves in and we get some no, I predicted that you would move in this way sort of strategies going on. And throughout this battle, this war that is commencing essentially at this mon, Tuormon is starting to buckle down under the pressure of what's been going on with Ewan in this particular battle, since he's wanting to finally see it through. Tuormon knows that this is still real. Ewan can still die, and he obviously doesn't want that. So he's trying to warn Ewan that this actually isn't the way to go about it. But Ewan has been convinced by Axe that this is just a game, bro. It's fine. Everything will be fine. But Mikey did warn in the earlier segment that he would eventually not hold back either. So Chris backs on to his plan about the loader, and Ewan starts to get a little bit confused because when he's been onslaughting the Digimon, it's the Digimon he was expecting, but then things start to shift as we start to see that Nene is the one who's controlling Shoutmon, which confuses the heck out of Ewan. This is the first time that the fusion fighters reveal that they can freely switch up their Digimon and which Digimon belong in which Digimon loader. They have become that in sync, and quite frankly, I do admit that this is another criticisms that I do hold against this particular episode, is that I do wish that this was set up a little bit more than just this plan is just the inclination of when this is starting to be a revelation. It just comes off as a little too fast and too quick in that regard. Especially when just prior we just had a complete meltdown from Chris. At the very minimum, we should have at least had a little break between those two moments instead of them being that close together, but you know, it is what it be. Anyways, obviously with that revelation, Mikey is the one who makes Metal Greymon and flies in. So he grabs the sword and fights against Ewan, which brings us to 17, in which we see that Mikey is indeed during their fight not holding back, as he inclined to have said even earlier in one of the prior episodes. So we do start to see the tides of battle start to shift in favor actually of the Dark Squad. But Ewan is starting to piece together that, man, this is still not going the way he wanted it to go. Now, I don't know how he pulls this off, and I'm still confused by this little moment, but he fakes out Ewan between Shoutmon 5 and 4. Now, granted, I know that Ewan's been watching them, so I don't know how much he's been watching them. I would assume by this, he must have seen at least up to 4, maybe? Or, I don't know. Again, I'm a little confused by that, so... But I guess, whatever. So again, the later episodes do kind of come with their little caveats of minor issues here and there. But unfortunately, season 3 is where I do think where the greater buckling does begin to trend its face towards this set of seasons. Anyway, so obviously Ewan is freaking out, and Ewan forces the Dark Fusion Loader as Chris arrives on the scene. And they do a great fusion. So Shoutmon goes and bumps it up to 7, and he has Ewan on the fleeing zone, and Beelzemon arrives in pain because he's been in the depths of battle elsewhere, but he's on the scene now. Which brings us to episode 18. So, since Ewan has fled, they begin to look for him, and Damemon returns to want to check on him. And Marvamon checks in on Beelzemon because feelings and love, and those two are having a moment too. But it's a Baka love. It's, I totally don't love you, whatever, Baka. You know, that type of vibe between Marvamon and Beelzemon. That being Marvamon, who's like, you're totally Baka, idiot. Shut up. Whatever. Oh, you know, that whole vibe. Anyway. So I started noting him as whispered once this fusion to happen between Lila and Blastmon. So Ewan wants to move, as Whispered has the power to stop the game, as he puts it. So Ewan falls and is grabbed by Axe. So Whispered, as this is, by the way, this is a note in for Apollomon. This is what I called him when he's in his dark version, is Whispered in my notes, just so that's clear. So he's planning out his own wipeout of everything. So, you know, bad guys doing their own thing, wanting their own slice of the digital pie, as it were, I guess. But Beelzemon goes in for the attack, though, with Marvmon and Cutemon in the wings. Meanwhile, Wisemon warns Mikey that things are going pretty crazy. Leomon goes on with Axmon, and Ewan is elsewhere, and Beelzemon is like stopping. And I mean stopping as in like he's like put to death, and land and wakes up with a feather being what remains on him, because he was like knocked out. Which brings us to 19, which Apollomon splits himself between Whispered and himself, but the team steps up nonetheless. So Shoutmon, in his own way, tries to cheer up Mervamon. And Mervamon continues to revel in his plans to Apollomon, wanting to suck up all the captured Digimon. But Chris cuts them off with some Zeke Greymon action as Jet Mervamon joins the fight, and we have yet another Ewan moment, and he has a moment with Damemon. And we get more of that context of that younger Ewan being tricked by X in this little flashback here. We get more, these little segments are like cut between a few episodes, just so that's clear as well. Anyway, the other two arrive and they fuse up to 7 to stop up the big bads. Apollomon stops Whispered and is, stopping his own hand anyway. And Ewan sees that Damemon, his only Digimon, now, is beginning to vanish. So this is once again Ewan realizing that Digimon can be lost to in this moment and is now at a complete befallen mode as we reach episode 20. So the team moves in and Bagra steps out of the castle. The Bagra army forms into the sand zone and the castle begins to crumble. X moves up in the ranks or whatever, and Ace. I'm not sure what I meant by Ace shows the Dark Crown. I'm not sure who Ace was supposed to be. I'm pretty sure I meant to write X shows the Dark Crown. And reforms all of the previous generals. So yes, he literally just resurrected all of them into these uncaring husk, as it were. And also forms Grand Generalmon. Once again, in reference to this whole war thing being the thing we keep coming back to. X, blah 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 blah. So, others are trying to help Julimon and Ballistamon, so on and so forth. Mikey's trying to get X, the truth out of him anyway. Mikey hears all of the voices in his head, and Shoutmon arrives on the scene because he was late. The others get to him as well. As we cut off on episode 21. Shoutmon's only able to get up to 3 though, and the generals all attack, or the general attacks, and deforms them pretty quickly. Mikey just tries to talk up Olegmon, the husked up version, keep in mind, and Whispered thinks he's on top of the other generals because he still actually has control, despite being one of the lost ones or whatever. But Mikemon gets attacked relentlessly nonetheless, and even Olegmon is forced to fight against him once again. They fuse back up to 3, but I think they managed to connect to Olegmon and get him to attack alongside them at a point in this sequence. And they also get the good version of Apollomon to also break on their side in this sort of sequence that they're in. They're like in this dark zone or whatever. The Digimon generals are all being held within, as the Husk are still like in this summoned circle. Anyway, X forces the remaining generals to force fuse again. Xmon gets the 7, with 7 to go up against, and there's Phase fighting off against this Generalmon. And this is the first time where Mikey is definitely really suffering, and the 7 generals are suffering while they're in this battling sequence, and they see how right Mikey was when he was trying to convince them to swide over to fight along his side at this point in time. But Oleg is the first to fade, and the others also fade later on. Which brings us to episode 22, where the team wastes no time to go up to 7, and Axe goes to Human, who now knows the entire truth of all of this. He knows that Axe has been up to something, etc., etc., but he places Ewan into a sleep state, so it doesn't really matter. Bagramon takes this orb thingamajig, and Bragmon easily just pushes Seven back into a deform. And now, once again, Earth is once again under threat. Oh no. And Jeremy and Angie, we finally get to see what they've been up to this entire time, because Season 2 has been lacking these two characters, so I guess they are like, yeah, we'll see what they're up to. But they're not having a great time, let's say that for free, as the humans on Earth are being turned to stone. Meanwhile, we got popped back to Chris taking control, as Mikey finds some of that human, the inner strength, as it were. We're trying to reach it at this rate. But Bargamon attacks and gets hit, and we see that the one who actually ended up hitting him was Axmon. Axmon betrays his brother, Bargamon, and a force fusion between the two evil siblings is now underway. Which brings us to episode 23. Mikey gets to Huon, and Chris and Nene back him up as Mikey does some summoning of Digimon, and Axe gets ready to pull the others in to do a group swipe, as it were. Meanwhile, Mervamon puts Ewan to sleep to recoup him easily enough, instead of him crying or whatever. And Mikey returns to the group. Axe hands Mikey the Dark Loader like an idiot. I'm not sure why he thought this was a good idea. They fusion up, and Ark starts to see the power that is behind Bagra. That Bagra has been hiding power from Axmon this entire time. Whoopsie doodle. And indeed, Bagramon takes control, becoming Mega Darkness Bagramon, as that did not go according to Axmon's plan in the slightest. So Shoutmon gets knocked out, and Shoutmon leaps in and vanishes. And we have another moment where Mikey hears Shoutmon, and at the tail end of the sequence, Mikey and Angie just pull him up from this zone of them being trapped in this warp zone or whatever they are. And the others are there too. And they get two, or at least one Royal Knight, and Examon and Wargreymon, who also appear in tow. Which brings us to Season's 2 finale. The team is updated of all of their trials and tribulations, and Mikey's trying to uplift Ewan in order, because they have all got to, save Earth together. So Mikey is given the order from the knights themselves, and thus the final war rages on. And indeed, once Ewan is convinced, swayed by Mikey's words, his conviction, Ewan takes control of the mighty strategy. That's right, Ewan is the strategist in this entire final battle. Now on the good guy side, finally. So Mikey sets up into this moving towards this dark stone, as it were, and all that night power fades away. Meanwhile, Bargamon takes out his own army while trying to take out the good guys. And Mikey's grabbed and tossed, but Shoutmon answers the call, and Beelzemon makes his mighty return. Oh, and my notes are actually cut off here for some reason. Uh-oh. Ah. Point being is that the war continues with all the Digimon counting out, and when things are looking their bleakest, Shoutmon is surprised as all of these portals in the human world, because this is the last episode moves into the human world in this final battle. These several portals open up as he's in. I forget if he's in 7 form or in Shoutmon form, but point being is that all of these good guy Digimon come spilling out, and he's given access to what is simply called Final Fusion, in which Shoutmon proceeds to get his coolest evolution, and I will say I think it's a little bit cooler than Omnimon's look, as this massive golden Digimon is swerved by every little Digimon swerving in an X formation around this mighty Digimon as he takes on the final boss. Shoutmon now being revolutionized as the king as they take on their mighty foe. And indeed, like in good old Digimon fashion, the Digimon, of course, are sent back to the digital world to be separated from their human counterparts, trying to recreate that bitter yet ending. But that only leads us to Digimon Season 3, which is going to mean a poster transition. So I'll see you guys on that one. And welcome back to Digimon Fusion Retrospective Review, this time tackling the 3rd season within Digimon Fusion, which only takes place 1 year later, supposedly, even though on the right side of the poster we have Ewan there, by the way. He was a little kid in the previous season, and now he looks like that. So that's what 1 year's of growth apparently looks like, I guess. I don't know how that works, but whatever. So, here we have a new group, or a new head character in the protagonist role. That's right, Mikey's not the main character. And I do think that that was not a mistake, but I do think that Tegaru, or as I'll call him for short, Tag, his personality just doesn't quite vibe initially, nor does it throughout its entire runtime. Now, I have been saying throughout Seasons 1 and 2 that Shoutmon's personality definitely carries a lot stronger for me in Digimon Fusion Seasons 1 and 2, that becoming that kind king, and now he has actually actively achieved that role by the time Season 3 has rolled around. However, we are not now following Shoutmon. He's now on the left side of the poster. As you can clearly see, we have a new Digimon in the center. So we have to now focus on what this Digimon wants and what this tamer and suit also wants as well. So now to establish that, Tag, his whole shtick is to just be superior to Mikey as a student. That's it. That's the entire gimmick. And does it run the entire season? Yes. Is it played for a joke? Surprisingly, yes. Is Tag a one-dimensional character? That one's a bit complicated, because I think yes and no, but more yes than no, if that makes any sense. And I'll try to unpackage what I mean by that as we progress through the episodes. But anyways, as we are learning about our new protagonist, we see that Ewan, or simply now Ew, but I'll just keep calling him Ewan anyway, is now the popular, handsome kid. He has all the young girls swooning for him now. He's actually become that. Meanwhile, Tag begins his search of meaning in the arcade of all spots. But Mikey, spots some weird, strange figure while dealing with Ewan. And he follows it as they fall right back in to the digital world. Or at least Ewan does, or Tag does first, and then they follow in behind him. Thus, they come across his future Digimon in Gumdramon. This little purplish Digimon with a tail-like weapon on his sticking out of his tail there. And definitely initially freaks out seeing these human tamers take on this metal Tyrannomon as their antagonist. But this old man, known as the... I think I write what he is later on, but I'll just call him like the Chrono Tester or whatever for now. As he gives as he's been testing them, Tag, and their resolve, Gumdramon as well, officially partnering them up, which allows them to access their ability to Digivolve. And Gumdramon's personality and distance from Shoutmon to distinct that is that he considers himself the wild child of Digimon. Now, a part of me still desperately believes that this was clearly slightly inspired by Impmon, but trying to shift it in a slight angle by still having him have a human, sticking to the human partner in this way. So yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of this either, by the way. So it's a terrible main protagonist combination. That is I think one of the make or breaks for this particular season, and I definitely think this is what definitely hits a lot more Digimon fans to the breaking side, and what has caused a lot of people to say that this was the death of Digimon, or the down, grade of Digimon by that logic. Nonetheless, we cut to episode 2. And by the way, I will say, and I will give this season its credit, this season definitely did directly inspire Ghost Game, which is our next review for Digimon. I lied. It's gotta be Digimon Apply before, but Digimon Ghost Game is the final hurdle in this retrospective review. But not before Digimon Apply. We gotta get there, obviously, because of an order of release. Apply did come out first. Anyway, so as I begin to describe each episode, you'll probably see what I mean by that, what is inspired Ghost Game. So we follow the swimmer, and these other students who begin to abruptly disappear from the human world to elsewhere. And rumors of a Kappa being the one responsible is starting to spread throughout. So Shoutmon makes his appearance as the king, and still claimed as king, by the way, at this point, and other Digimon and even other tamers in this series know that. The tamers you can see on the outer rims of the poster there all know that he's like the guy, as it were, who is like the one responsible, and Shoutmon indeed being the king of Digimon. But man, there's that old man still testing them too, despite being a king. And indeed, how the rules of this universe have changed, of only being able to have one Digimon out for a tag at a time. And as Mikey is kind of getting the uh, explanation of it for us, the audience, Tag is the one experiencing it as he's battling through it and discovering that, you know, this whole Digimon crossing thing is even a possibility. So they kind of incidentally come across and save this white-haired girl. And Hugh tries to warn Tag this isn't a game, even though his energy seems to be of, I'm just gonna hunt for the game of it. And again, that persistent energy also persists throughout the entire season. There is no shift in personality in terms of that. Where I will say that Mikey's transition of a character is still straightforward and fast, though you do see some of his other better convictions come through in his battle within the context of Ewan. I do think that is a minor thing that you can actually even miss, potentially, because Mikey's arc isn't as, pronounced as one might expect. It's actually relatively small in the grand scheme of things. Nonetheless, so Gummy, as I'll refer to him as, that being Gumdramon, by the way, just in case if that was confusing, fuses up with Metal Digimon, and Shoutmon comes in for a big assist. And that includes and involves him digivolving, or shifting with, or crossing with Durulamon as well. This is where Mikey and Tag confront, and this is where Shoutmon and Gumdramon confront, and Shoutmon sort of sees as Shoutmon does recognize Gummy as this self-proclaimed wild child, is like trying to nag him to be a better Digimon in that way. And I'll talk a lot about that during my sort of, once I'm done plotting out the episodes, what I would have wanted to have seen from this perspective instead of what we got here. Because this is definitely where I think this particular season started to struggle significantly more than the previous 2 seasons that I just got done going over in detail by a significantly degree. But nonetheless, Mikey shows off how massive his collection of Digimon actually is to Tag, thus leading Tag to rush into battle to try to, surprise, try to catch up. Which brings us to episode 3. So now we start with a whole new group of people, that being a group of students in a robotics club who are convinced by Puppetmon to create a Digimon in which they are falsely, eluded into the world of the whatever they call it in this version of the digital world. And the students are all, once they come back, they are very clearly shifted, as it were. Tag tries to pass on this information to Ewan, or he's trying to pass off, saving something by winning a game of rock, paper, scissors, but he ends up, losing to, it's, for, work or something, to, hand out homework or something. But they end up all going with Mikey tagging along as well. So they check out where the homework of these kids were, the ones that we have seen in the beginning go missing. And they see one of them jump into a gate, a digital gate, building a Breakjamon, and Puppetmon, once they get there, doesn't seem to remember Mikey, And these two used to, if you remember, Puppetmon and Mikey actually did have confrontations in the past. But again, Puppetmon doesn't seem to remember, so Mikey pushes onward anyway to try to talk some sense into Puppetmon, eventually getting him to remember. So the power of words sometimes is what it takes, allowing Puppetmon to once again fuse with Shoutmon, and gives Tag the last opportunity to make that final strike against the Breakjamon there, which brings us to episode 4. We connect to a different group or a different scenario where a girl is feeling jealous because she's not number 1. So she gets, surprise, surprise, hunted down and tagged by a Digimon and brought into the digital space. The other 3 try to hunt, as they keep using that phrase, while the Digimon is still attached. Mikey stops them, once again giving Tag the opening to do some action of his own, and Yu begins a little speech about how he was indeed a little jealous of Tag having his Digimon, but his own Digimon, Damemon there on the lower right, is still gone. So anyways, Mikey had the attack move onward, and Gummy fuses with this Kapamon, which gives him the ultimate save, and Mikey technically does get the last hit in, though. Despite that, Tag still gets the capture. So Mikey's showing off that he still has it in him. And we do see that once the girl has returned, that she only remembers these vague talks with Ewan, and during their basketball game, which they have like many little slants of those during episodes, and he's the one who gets the scoring shot at the end. And by the way, that's also a part of their intro, is like this whole little basketball thing where they play like altered version of the original Digimon thing that has been the Fusion theme song throughout. Anyway, so we cut to episode 5, and we cut to a different group, a different scenario with a shop with girls looking at some plushies, and the toys begin to float on their own. And then we cut to the zone and them being transported, the other 3. We're introduced to our 3 other tamers here on the poster, finally. We have this girl named Eru, whose goal, we learn all their goals relatively clearly. They keep their stuff relatively simplistic. She is all for finding cute Digimon. So that comes into play a little bit later on. And we have our white-haired pro Tag, who respects, how they're like their own little trio, and how each of his 2 squad members have their own desires and whatnot. So they're all doing their own separate thing from our main trio. As he lets out that she is an expert at trapping things, that being for cute Digimon. We cut away to Tag mocking you for something or other. I forget why he's doing that. It comes across as really bizarre to me. Anyway, Cutemon comes out because he's bored. And surprise, surprise, Aru fawns over the cute mon, obviously. I mean, it's kind of implied in the name. So, Opossumon, her official Digimon, is like all jelly, but is still willing to help her in the hunt despite that. So, she's like super obsessed with hunting Cutemon. Meanwhile, Mikey explains Yu's ordeal, recapping us as if you might have missed what happened to Ewan to, to tag for us as well as the audience. And he kind of thinks that things will work out fine. And we later learn about other characters, like Nene is now a pop idol. So she's been busy, I suppose, in comparison to what she used to be up to, which is Digimon stuff. But Aru finally confronts Yu, and they push their... because he has possession of Cutemon, or Cutemon hid behind Ewan, at a point. So Cutemon is freaked out because he still has no offensive attacks. All of his stuff relies... he's like the literal healer of the group. But Hugh is quite shocked. Meanwhile, Tag and Gummy cut into the operations. Apusamon and kind of gives a little bit of the zip it away as they they flee the scene. However, Cutemon is gone, and rushes back to the park, where he is recaptured by Aru, and we learn the name of our white-haired ally here in Ryuma, or simply Ryu, as I'll call him for short. And we also learn that the blue-haired kid name on the far right end of the poster's name is Ren. Ryu, his digital partner, is Psychmon, a color swap of Gabumon, and Ren's partner is I think this is the first time I've seen Jackmon in the show version anyway. I know he's in some of the older Digimon games, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've seen him in the show. Anyway, Astamon is like the Digivolution of one of them, and Shoutmon is able to Digivolve. Oh, sorry, Astamon is Tag's Digivolution, and I just wrote Asta for short without reading ahead of my own notes there. So, he gets Tag to go on ahead. Meanwhile, Arusu has her own Digimon digivolved to a Digimon named Haikakimon. So I keep wanting to say you because I started writing that way in my notes. Ewan saves Cutemon, and Damimon at this point on this episode officially reappears, and through that is able to now digivolve with being reunited with his tamer officially to Tawarmon. So he's able to use his own ninja tricks against Aru. But this only gets Aru to become one of the girls that is obsessed with Ewan. Yep, she totally gets a crush on Ewan at the end of the episode. If not the entire time, and she's just was well hiding it up until the end, where she clearly just outstates it. Anyway, we cut to episode 6, and guess what? New shtick, new human to get suckered into the world. So we start off with a kendo student focusing on being stronger. So, surprise, surprise, we get our resident Kotemon to help him out. But something seems a bit off here from other than Kotemon training him. And Ren seems to be watching on from a distance anyway. Meanwhile, our main trio is in kendo class because they just do all the sports. I think. So kendo is a part of their sports activities, at least in Japan. I assume this is a thing. Anyway, Musamon, or I just wrote Musa for short, assaults kendo, some kendo guys. And Tag heads off knowing he kind of vibe checks that this is a Digimon that's up to this. So the others eventually catch up. And Musa beats up some others and portals in as the other trio give chase. Or as the main trio, gives chase. So as Tag rushes in to duel with Musa himself, Ren continues to observe what's going on here. And during this sequence, Mikey is the one to also now simultaneously notice that there's this darkness that is resonating from him. So Kotemon, being an actually kind Digimon, is wanting to now train Tag since Tag wanted to train anyway, too. So that Tag can now fight with Musa. Or continue to do so, anyway. So they portal in, and Ren is there showing off his Dracmon. And he seems to be obsessed with drawing end power by having it sapped away from others. So he's not the kindest of the trio of the squad, but he eventually does come around, I suppose, in his own bizarre way. So this indeed allows Dracmon to Digivolve to Yashamon, and Gamimon joins in, and Kodimon tags in with Gummy to Digicross. But nonetheless, even when they were able to, free this guy, Tag still lost, despite all that training. We then cut to episode 7, which means a new Ghost game. Oh, sorry, this is Fusion Fighters, right? With our basketball game starting us off this time around, as per usual, or sometimes. And Tag crosses up some players and bumps right into eventually a baby Pagumon, and is quickly captured. Once home, Pagumon begs to be let out, and overhears more people with, that being Tag, overhears people who are having food trouble, and spots a Jagamon. Pagumon wants to be let out again, and the other three goat him into this capturing sort of Fernanza, as we see Jagamon being caught on by Psychmon. Anyway, Gummy says to choose between this Pugmon or he'll leave. So he's like, kind of like, pegging this to Ryu anyway. Who just kind of captures Gummy, and I'm pretty sure he's doing it on any ill intent, but you kind of catch my drift. Anyway, Tag summons out Pagumon, who eats more and more, is more and more impure, and he summons out some crazy metal thingamajig. Meanwhile, Ryo is tailing behind Gummy as he's letting out his woes about being separated from, uh, you know, Tag, and Ria's kind of like, you'd fight better with your guy, whatever. He's kind of doing it in his own like non-persuasive way of like just being like whatever about it. So Tag is contacted by Ryuen. I keep doing that because I wrote it in my notes that way, about the information that they can provide. So Ria lets out Gummy to see that Tag will settle this. So they work it out, and they have a massive cookout and have Gummy lure out all of the Pokemon and literally treats all of them like a food batter, I suppose. A weird thing that happens to the Pokemon as it turns into a food, I guess, itself. I suppose this is like a play on you are with you eat or whatever. Anyway, that brings us to episode 8. And surprise, surprise, new gimmick. So we start in a store where things are starting to be out of order. Meanwhile, Tag and Gummy give chase to a little penny Digimon. We then meet a new tamer who is has his own Digimon in Doberman, who is capturing these little Pennymons. We then meet Hideki, who is working at a shop. And there are apparently all of these plenty of cash-based Digicoins that are doing this, going from shop to shop and doing all of this gimmick stuff. And once Hideki fixes all the machinery from being fixed, he gets like a little paid. So he's like, oh, okay, I'm getting paid to do that. So he claims to be a money hunter. So that's his whole shtick. But he thinks he's like doing it out of the goodness, but he doesn't realize he's being played for a fool. As again, the main one, the leader of the pennies, is pulling it out so that they can re-entry into all of the things and reset every time and get bigger and bigger and bigger. But Tag noticed that it got bigger, unfortunately. He wasn't too bright, as it would turn out. And thus, we get a Ganemon. I forgot what Digimon this is. I think this is the penny referred to, because he does, again, I wrote Gold Ganemon, so I think that's what that's in reference to. So Shout and Damemon join the fray, and Gummy digivolves to a Rastemon, and they're joined by Doberman, as Hyde, as I'll call him for short, captures the big coin and brings all of the money back because he felt like he didn't earn it properly after that ploy has been perceived to him. Which brings us neatly to episode 9. We bring up that we're starting off with some basketball and Mikey, but Mikey's so tired today out of all the days, and we have the return of dear old Angie, still out there to support and capture Mikey before he ever dare fall on the ground. And once Tag sees them as together, he automatically just puts together that they are in love. And this is the first time both of them blush, so maybe that's a hint of some feelings may have been established, but I'm not sure to what extent. Besides just outward being, like, embarrassed about being told that they're lovers or whatever, I don't know. But the other girls aren't too thrilled about Tag's protagonistic energy and they hit him, and then proceed to swoon over Ewan, because that's their whole gimmick. And anyway, Angie wins a gift through digital means, so you know that that's the gimmick. And Jeremy was not in tow with this one yet. But Tag figures out that indeed Digimon stuff is going on, and Ewan's suspicion also raises as well, to find out that this was Superstarman, who gives chase to some Mikey, wanting to join him, or by whatever means. But Tag crosses over, but he ain't the only Starmon. We got Cypher Starmon in the horizons. But Hugh comes in for the side hustle that he's been up to throughout this little venture, and shows this collection of stars that he has been incorporating. So Ewan invites Ryu, who's now joined them, to join them to save whoever, and to whoever captures this Digimon will own it or whatever. So Ryu's totally down for that, doing it that way. So Shoutmon and Psychmon both digivolve, and Angie just follows to get out of there. Ryu gives advice to Tag, and Tag proceeds to follow up on it. Meanwhile, Ewan saves Mikey and Angie as Super Starmon grows exceedingly larger. Mikey proceeds to give Ewan 2 of his own Digimon so that he can now join in the Digimon crossing game, because he only had his one Digimon at the time. And since he has his own 2, and Ewan has his own 2, they can 2-up and 2-up to make Shoutmon 4. So that's their roundabout way to getting back to Shoutmon 4. And Ewan ends up the one with the ultimate capture in the end, though, despite it being Shoutmon 4 who did the big thing. Oh, and Jeremy rushes in at the end of this episode, by the way. Thus, bringing us to episode 10, and you guessed it, we have a new gimmick. So we start off with a Traumon passing off in the great unknowns of the sky, and we end up in Hong Kong of all places to learn where Nene's been up to, what Nene's been up to in her pop idol scene. But they learn through Nene that there's been a thief, or disasters have been striking around Nene, and Tag has been the one to be in the receiving end of this at a point. Thus she rides as the Digimon reunite. We learn that she had tried to have Mervimon confront this antagonistic Digimon that has been following them throughout this whole ordeal. But Tag jumps into the fray thinking it was just some follower that he can take down. But the Digimon strikes again. The trio give chase into this portal, and they see that it is a Harpymon. Was the one behind it all. Gummimon digivolves to Rashtamon, or whatever how you pronounce his name, and her dad, who was the one this Harpymon was possessing, had no idea once he's let go. So as per usual of when a human gains their consciousness, they kind of vaguely forget what just happened to them. So Nene once again dives into action. uh, now that she's relieved of her affliction, as it were. But Harpymon tries to counterattack, but not at a moment's notice before Arestomon is joined up by Sparrowmon. And I will say, this is the one time where I wrote in my notes, man, whatever they did here allowed me to write fantastic animation fight. Like, holy moly, that they actually put some real effort into this one. In comparison to all the other prior fights, by the way, at least in this season. I noted that in particular for this one. I was like, damn. Anyway, so once Nene is relieved that her dad is safe, she continues her song, and the dad, who's like not vibing with his daughter being a pop idol, is like, okay, fine, as she sings the battle theme, and but from her, in her rendition of it, as it were, and it's actually quite nice. So she got the props. But anyways, episode 11, new gimmick. Tag runs off before getting late, and the gym teacher seems to be out of it. Like, he's like, "Boo." But unfortunately, more sports students are drained of their energy, as it were, as we meet our antagonist for this one, Flaw Wizardmon. Shows itself, and he goes after Tag and eventually hits him too with this blue flame, sucking out his own energy. So the wizard pieces out, and surprise, surprise, more students are drained of their energy / spirit as well, I suppose. And it's even beginning to spread outside the school. This is where Ewan and Mikey try to confront this wizard. Obviously, Gumdramon is trying to pull Tag along because he's all out of energy still. Meanwhile, Omnishoutmon, and Tawarmon are setting it up. And Gundramon butts in, trying to do his own stuff, but he's trying to prevail with his own motivation tactics. Mikey holds everyone back as he's like pushing Tag as he's pulled back to normal through Talk Nujutsu yet again. As well as Gumdramon also tagging along in that Tag motivation coming back. But they're demoralized once again once the gym teacher pushes them back because he too has regained his energy. And that brings us to episode 12, new gimmick. Ogremon, a fast food restaurant owner in the digital world, and his brother, whatever the other Ogremon's name is, I didn't write it, are two brothers with rival food company things going on. And they chase each other's food because they're trying to figure out which one's actually better. But they see that they can get help from the humans. So, surprise, surprise, human involvement once again. So, Tag gets hungry while this is all going down in the human world. So, a friend brings them to a restaurant. And the trio meets the son's father to this nice little place. Meanwhile, Tag baits Ewan into this competitive way of fixing up this whole ordeal that the owner is going through. But the Ogre Bros are going up to the shop and force they force others to eat the food, you know. And Ewan says that their noodles need some work. So the son of the father sees how his father has been led astray by these two Ogremons, so he wants to participate himself. They tell the kid the truth at a point, and they cut some competition against the father, with the son being his competitor now. And the ogres now act as like the contestant, I suppose, the competitors. So the dad eats the food of the ogres first, then of his own sons, and he realizes that the son completely copied his own recipe. So he's like, oh man, that brought me back to the OG days of what I used to do, so I actually choose you, because that was super cool. So the trio don't even need to evolve to stop the ogre bros. So yeah, that was that one. Next episode 13. Tag closes for the night, and here's a noise in the night, though. And we see a kid named Kichi is a kid who gets to travel all over the world in school. And Tag is already wanting to join in, but he notices that Kichi is tired. And begins to overhear rumors that kids are talking about flying on this flying train. So, surprise, surprise, Tag learns that this is a Digimon thing going on between a Locomon, and this Kichi kid. Kichi being the owner of the Locomon, or digital partner of the Locomon, rather. And the Locomon has servers among them, being two of them being Doggymons and Pumpkinmons, treating the kids as they're serving the world on this locomotive at night. So yeah, Tag and Ewan are now getting worried, and as the kids return tired, and we see that Ren wants to get on this hunt, as they keep referring to it as, and he's hunting the Locomon, by the way. So he's hunting another Digimon, another Tamer's Digimon at this point. So Ren convinces the Locomon to choose speed over the smooth transit of the locomotive, as it were, to be more like a speed train. So Tag checks in with Kichi, who is now distraught by this. So Locomon shows off as the others, Ryu and Eru, also take over as well, as she uses a Parasite-mon. So much for her being a cute collector. I'm not sure why she finds Parasite-mon cute. I'm not really sure how that one works. It's a giant-ass spider thing that's purple and ugly. At least, that's my perception of it anyway. So, I don't know. But it makes the locomotive go faster. Kichi tries to word it out, but it's up to Gumdramon to pull the parasite up. And the Locomon gives thanks once that is achieved, and thus conclude that little maker. We then cut to episode 14, and we learn the old man's note, or official name, the Watchmaker, who is now catching up with Mikey, as he exposits that more human Digimon hunters are arising, as we have been seeing throughout. and Ewan sees this light. Meanwhile, Lokomon and Kichi help, being among the two newer of the squad. And we also see that Hyde is also there. And actually, we see that the Watchmaker has obtained a lot of tamers to show up in one location. So there are a lot of kids and their Digimon here. So the Watchmaker, talks to them all about this competition, this mighty hunt, as it were. And surprise, surprise, it's Tag who rushes out first. Meanwhile, Mikey stays behind because he knows something else is up. To check the state of this spreading of tamers, which the Watcher confirms Mikey's suspicion about what's going on anyway. Meanwhile, while all that's going on, Aru catches up with Ewan, because of course she's trying to catch up with him, because flirting needs to happen, I guess. Anyways, Tag is frozen by the awesome flare of this Digimon that they are confronted by. This is where we see Mikey had rushed out and pulls him back to the back far enough, back to the area where they started. And we see that a lot of the other tamers that were there previously have now quit. And it's pretty much the main people on the poster that are left. There are like a bunch of other ones that were there previously. So, they create a strategy where Mikey uses his Ballistamon to lure it out. And Ewan sees this as a bit of their team is missing. And Aru seems to be elsewhere as well. So the 5 Digimon hunters that are still there are struggling. But Mikey is saved by the return of none other than Christopher. Not Thomas, Christopher. Just to make that clear. I know I made that mix up earlier in the earlier notes, but whatever. He leads them to continue their strategy to move this Digimon toward the water, and Metal Greymon deploys the trap successfully, and Chris takes the capture. We see our very first hint of the Watchmaker on the boat, with the OG legends of Marcus, of Digimon Data Squad fame, and more importantly, Tai of OG fame, but they're only silhouetted by shadows. So, I did read somewhere, before I even move on to episode 15, about how the Digimon series crossover is hidden behind what is considered the worst season of Digimon. But I will admit, despite that being true, they did properly set it up pretty early on. I will give them credit where credit is due in that regard. Anyway, moving swiftly along to episode 15. So we start with a sad moving kid. He gets suckered in to Felicimon and to help bringing him more friends. And all these kids begin to want to follow him, and the kids agree. And Tag rushes into this particular student earlier on. And this kid, whose name is Makoto, this new student who has been reveled in this under the spell, or he's spelling these other kids now. So now Tag and Mikey obviously go after this as Failsamon, the bad doer in this whole incident, points out the envy of all of the students trying to get in the way of his friendship. But Mikey and Tag rush in to find him nonetheless. So the whole school is now afflicted by this whole phenomena, and Mikey and Tag get seized in their process of all trying to be not a part of all this. All the kids will, as Fleesamon reveals, will all be digitized. But obviously our squad isn't gonna about to let that happen, so they fight back. So Tag blocks Makoto, who has been, by the way, half turned to stone himself, and breaks out with just friendship talk. So, you know, the power of just talk is very powerful in this show, by the way. I will say that has come up more than once in throughout this revelations of fusion. Anyway, Failsamon reveals that he has a more way demonic form, but he ain't got nothing much else to do. And Tag proceeds to just make Ewan cranky for whatever reason he's doing it again. But that brings us to episode 16. We started a phone booth, or a photo booth, I believe I meant to write, as we see these girls begin to investigate, or this one girl. Oh no, it is a phone booth, sorry. As we see this young girl begin to investigate these ghostly activities. Again, ghost game inspired, definitely here as well. And Tag and Ewan begin to search towards this goal as well. So they reach the phone booth, hearing the voice that this other girl heard. Meanwhile, as this girl, Spirit Hunter Karu, is now the one in the forefront of being the one assaulted, the Digimons are stealthing out, and this is what gives them that stealthy, like, ghostly appearance in the real world. So, obviously, Tag is more freaked out, but still persisting forward. As well as Ewan as well. So, anyways, she hears out a phone, that being the hunter girl, and rushes to pick up the phone. Aru, surprise, surprise, also ends up here as well later on in the episode. However, unfortunately, Karu is isekai'd right in front of them. And yeah, I wrote isekai'd in my notes. But the light ghost is messing with them, clearly. And we see that her Digimon is gone. And Opossumon is taken over. So Aru digivolves her, but is still taken over, so that didn't help at all. So Gumdramon as Arishtamon digivolved into Warmon, also being that, go on the attack, and Karu sees a little Patamon. And it turns out that these little Digimons, they just wanted to be left alone. So things are left unpossessed and unassaulted, as it were, by the end of it, of course. But that brings us to episode 17, so we got a whole new gimmick. So we have 3 people talking about Omegamon, and Tag wants to see, wants to hunt it, obviously, but we have also now hear of a Digimon that is mimicking other Digimon, and this Digimon is known as Bitsumon. he meets this rather quickly after trying to be Shoutmon and others, among others. And this is where we get more of Gumdramon knowing Bitsumon. They used to be allies, of him being the wild child and Bitsumon sort of being his sidekick, I suppose, of the best way of putting this. So the Watchmaker shows up with the other three, the other trio, who also came into contact with him at certain other points, and we're all given Digivices, obviously, and yada yada yada. So Gummy, again, was friends, but with this thief, which is what Bitsumon is. So we cut to before, where we're seeing all of this go down, and Gumdramon willing to still join that fight. And the king, who then confronted him, Gumdramon, being confronted by Shoutmon, the proper king, and another Digimon stopped Gumdramon, and Tag tries to like pull him out of it, calls him out, calling him his partner eventually, which I guess gives him like this re-embrace and awakening, I suppose. So once again, bringing it back to the dark times, Bitsumon uses child labor to make his costumes. You know. So Aristamon goes to face off against Bitsumon, who tries to cross it up with some Blossomon, but that doesn't work out anyway. And Mikey does something rather that ends it, I suppose. 18. We start with a kid who's drawing, and his Digimon is like a pencil thing that brings his drawings to life. So Chalk Zone, essentially. Man, I wanted to make that reference, but I suppose now's the time. So, however, another kid mocks him of his daydreaming tendencies, and surprise, surprise, he's the one who gets isekai'd, the one with the pencil child. So once he's back, he has Digimon. He's now on a completely different, task, using these drawings that he can bring to life to freak out the kids with his talent, even if temporary. The Digimon of the day is a Kakimon. So he's the one who's able to bring the drawings into the real world. More Digimon digital things are summoned, and the kids are freaking out. The drawings, however, do begin to attack and are also taken out in one hit each, so they're not particularly that bulky. In fact, quite the opposite. So they pull him into the Digizone so that they can't do... They call it quartz, by the way, Digiquartz. Just so I can get the name out there, but I'll just keep calling it the Digizone. In the Digizone, all the humans that don't have Digimon always vanish, so that's why they always do this, so that they can help avoid the whole causing destruction thing. So that's actually a really smart way of preventing that criticism in a weird, bizarre way that I didn't even think about, but whatever. Until now. So the main kid, once pulled out of his mindset, is told that he is the only one, because he makes a Digimon that's super strong, that can't be beat, unlike all the other forms that he's been using. So he's trying to think of something, so he makes an eraser, and that actually gets the job done. And he thus pretends like none of that ever happened. He lies to all of them, says it was a fake out, trying to get the others not to believe that Digimon are real. So we then cut to episode 19. Different story, different gimmick. So we cut to a diva woman who is already known to the Digizone, and already has her own Digimon. But sees some red eyes in the water, so she's like, nope. The Watcher then proceeds to explain what that was. It was indeed a Digimon she saw. We cut to Adu, then to our main trio, and Tag is pulled into the water, or pushed into the water, I forget which, and some Marinemon, helps him up, and we learn that this girl, who's now with them, Mizuki, is the new Digimon hunter, now that she has the Submarinemon. So she explains her story to the others about seeing that Digimon, and we cut to them getting all scuba dived up. She guides them in how to do it. They get to the barrier. She removed the power of this red-eyed Digimon as it takes over, and we learn that this Digimon is Dagomon, and it seems to be moving into this barrier to get to this other Digimon named Plesiomon, who is this Digimon inside of this barrier. So Erasure fuses with Breakjamon, and they go at the guy that they need to go for, and Mizuki is pulled out from both him and Plesiomon. So Tag takes control, and she fuses her Subdramimon with that Plesiomon, to get the job done. Which brings us to episode 20. So this episode starts with a card battle, and I did write in my notes that this is perhaps a mocking or a acknowledgement of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or maybe to Digimon card game itself. I'm not sure which, honestly, based on how they explain this. Anyway, Hiroda is this low-ranking player, and he wants to be the top-tier competitor in this card game. So he gets Digizone / Isekai'd, as I keep writing in my notes now, into getting these cards, and that obsesses him into the whole Digimon thing. Meanwhile, Yuen and Tag overhear the others talking about the Isekai'ing even happening. However, once a new kid, a smarter kid, gets into this card game, he's the one who's taken over, so it is always just looking for someone new to exploit in this getting to number one desire. To get stronger for this Digimon that is doing this, who is this night-looking Digimon, to get stronger. So it is able to do it so much that he's able to Digivolve from Nightmon to Rookchessmon, and he moves on from the human that he was with to the smaller kid who wants that bigger desire, but Yuen steps up, and the Rook goes under the attack, and Aristamon attack does absolutely nothing this time around. So it's up to Yuen. We get some distractions from other Digimon, and Damimon is the one to go all around with a Digivolution and a Ninjutsu to swipe in that final victory swipe and get the Knight slain. Which brings us to episode 21, New Gimmick. So it starts with a box Digimon, looking Digimon, showing humans to a place called Digimon Land. Sort of, I guess, a mockery of Disneyland. I don't know. And there's this pink one who has been trapping them by force, and the one that we saw at the beginning is this like more generically looking brown boxed looking Digimon. But he hasn't tagged anyone because he's trying to just invite people like innocently in his own way. So we learn that through this that 50 kids have now gone missing. So Ewan tells Making Tag, who has just returned from a hunt, failing. But their movements move them on to Jokermon. One of their boxes gets 0. The brown one, that being, who is like Boxelmon, like that's his literal name, I guess. So he gives his one invitation that he has to Tag. So Tag ends up enjoying up his, time there so much, without really considering what else is going on there. So he considers the box his friend, Boxmon. One of the Digimon there was even, I learned this after the fact, that actually Jokermon itself, its design, this is really cool. Despite this season being the shittiest, this is still really cool for Digimon, the series, to do. Apparently, this Jokermon Digimon was a fan-made Digimon, and they actually allowed it to be an antagonist in the show. I will admit, that is top-tier, absolute. I salute creators who do this, absolutely, 100%. I love to see it. That is just an absolute sign of creators just absolutely giving the fans what they want. And even an opportunity to get their fan-made Digimon a slot on it, the show. So cool. I would have loved to have been that individual myself. But I'm here just doing my retrospective review. Anyway, so the trio head up. And their new opponent, past Jokermon, is Superforflipmon. It's a Digimon from the fusion one that has the multiple heads, so it's able to reflect attacks, unfortunately, just like it could in the other one. So it forces the kids to laugh to create this power blast. Boxamon cuts Jokermon off, and he begins to cover the windows to make sure that the kids aren't doing anything. They begin to get sad, which gives it less power for it to be defeated. So Boxamon ends up helping the squad out in the end there, which brings us to episode 22 of season 3. We start in a car with a couple getting their navigation jacked as they begin to just ride around lost now. And as all these new reports are coming in, this area named Kaneda, is a kid that is being invested in this nature of insects. And sees this golden bug and begins to chase it. And he's like chasing it to just chase it and hunt it as like the sport of just doing it to do it, not for profit. If you do it even for that, it's bad. So that's his whole motto. So even their Digimon can't seem to sniff out what's going on, though. At least not initially. So Rio only has a few Digimon, but his squad is made up of some really strong Digimons outside of Psychmon. That's his whole thing, is that, like, he has a very short squad, but again, he makes sure that he has some top tier Digimons. So Tag tries to pull him away. Ewan and Mikey try to begin to explain what's going on as they are learning about this bug that is moving around. And Kaneda catches the bug, or one of them, like a normal bug, but unfortunately this unveils Malefictoquagamon, which freaks everybody out, but Dobermon and Aristamon come in to do the bug hunt. As it was capturing humans this time, and the other three also join in on this hunt. And he is afraid of all the Digimon that are hunting him. As it would turn out, he shells up and had been captured before, as it turns out. He gets destroyed before he can even speak on it, even. A rising platform rises up and Tag gets grabbed. But a voice, it rings out, as arriving on the scene is none other than the what was teased not too long ago, is Tai and his OG Agumon arriving on the scene, and Marcus as well, as his Agumon also arrives on the scene, to remind him of his strong bond, and this allows Aristamon to digivolve into a superior mode, and Nene and Chris also reunite. However, we get more nostalgia as Mimi and Riku are also seen in the background there. I think there are others that are also there, but those are the two I noted in that episode in particular. Anyway, we cut to episode 23. So Tag runs into the Watchmaker as Ryu watches on. So, Tag goes on about how his father almost vanished, and how parts of, and it goes on as parts are becoming of the digital zone, or, kind of freaking out with these Caramon. This Caramon is formed without a human present, to, just there now. And Ryu cuts it. And this Digimon is going on about how the one Digimon has now merged the worlds, is how what's being described here. So Ryo comes in for an assist, and Aristamon and Ashtamon team up with the fusions. And it evolves again, this Caramon, on its own. So they're like, what the heck is going on? Why is this happening again? Ryo, as we now learn, was apparently there at the end to see the King of Digimon do his thing in season 2, I suppose. He was apparently there to add to his backstory, and he has also been a fan of Mikey all this time, just in his own separate way, trying to match up to all along. So all the tamers group up on this one. But Tag pulls Hyde aside, and he's like, So, they go on with the Watchmaker. However, this Caramon has now already digivolved into Infirmon. Meanwhile, Tag and Hyde head back to, assess the situation, essentially, as they now try to fuse to fight this Infirmon that now changes into into a rock monster, and then more of them pop up, and then Diabolomon start popping up out of that. Tag rushes in, and a blast arrives from the scenes of heaven as Beelzemon arrives on the scene, and Nene and Chris also arrive, as well as Shout 7. As the final villain is revealed to be, yes, they call it Quartzmon, is now formed from this. So the 24 episode is now underway as the heroes fall back, and they all end up back where they fought Bagramon, so they're in that same area. And this is and they talking about how, how they went about the whole few Digimon being summoned thing, and how all that's been kind of holding them back. But to gather more humans to help them with that assistance, so they finally give Jeremy and Angie their digital loaders after 2 seasons of just being these humans that just got coerced into the digital world without them this whole time. It's like, geez, finally. Anyways, this allows, now that so many tamers can double cross it up, this allows Shoutmon to reach DX mode. And to use Bargamon's right arm as a powered-up weapon. And Ryu steps up too. And we cut back to our main fight, and these Myotismon that have been just pouring in start to digivolve further. Ryu is able to get a small victory here, but more Venomon form. And thus we get our allocated collaboration of series of squad up. Our squad is here. We got Marcus on the scene once again, doing his gimmick of punching a Digimon to digivolve. We have Tai and his Agumon. We have the appearance of Magnamon, so then we get a follow-up with Davis from Season 2. Then we get Season 3 with Guilmon and his tamer, who fuse together, and that confuses everyone that doesn't know what that means. We get other cameos like Joe and Ken and Matt also there. We have other Digimon fusions happening. Meanwhile, Tentomon is like the one Digimon trying to explain to somebody else like how all of this is working, and all the differences between these Digivolutions and stuff. I think to Tag, if I remember that correctly. However, we get an abrupt thing where Ryu attacks Mikey. And then it's revealed that Ryu was on Quartzmon's side all along. Womp womp womp! As we cut to episode 25. But it was only because Ryu was being manipulated by his Digimon, so that was the next time that happened, really quickly. So Astamon was fake. He was also just Quartzmon, as it turns out. Whoops. Whoopsie doodle. So a blast from that expands outwards. He's getting ready to destroy everything, but Clockmon steps up, and this being the old man's Digimon, steps up and uses a move called Chrono Breaker, and tells Tag that he's the key or whatever, or he gets the others to help with the watchmaker. This is where Mikey officially passes his goggles on to Tag. This is very synonymous with your main protagonist has, in a figurative sense, passed the torch down to the next protagonist. This is not the first time that it's happened, but it's definitely, happening here. And thus Tag with the other heroes of the other universes of Digimon all unite to defeat this Quartzmon as he tries to attack. So Quartz, as I put for short, tries to show that other humans in Digimon they're just not going to be up to the snuff. But Arishtamon burst up, and Quartz indeed is just the next Digimon who gets hunted down like all the rest in the end, though. And surprise, surprise, just like every other time, the Digimon, of course, begin to vanish once their ultimate goal has been achieved, to try to once again get that bittersweet ending that Digimon just can't help itself but do now. We then cut to 1 month later, to ruin that complete thing that we just saw, as we see Tag get a glimpse of, or a voice in the distance of one little Gumdramon as they begin to wander off into the distance, as the Watcher does this weird thing where it looks like he's fused with Boggermon or pretending to be Boggermon. I'm not really sure what that was all about, but then that's where everything comes to its conclusion and its finality in Season 3, which also simultaneously closes out all of Digimon Fusion. So, boy oh boy, did Digimon 3 really suffer, and I do think that it's primarily due to its protagonist. There are quite a few things here that I do enjoy, but I do think that it is often outlandish to this protagonist, and that unclear arc that they set out for him, unlike Mikey. Again, Mikey's arc was small, but it was still relative to C by the end, and by extension, Shoutmon 2 had very much that resolve of wanting to be a king, but a kind king. By comparison with Gumdramon wanting to just be this wild child, that just comes off naturally more childish in nature, and Tag's whole gimmick of wanting to pursue or surpass, in this instance, Mikey, by the way, by the end tail of it, gets told explicitly by Mikey that you're still not above, you've not surpassed, and Shoutmon also extends that to Gumdramon by extension too. So it's like the OG squad is saying nope, you didn't even do this. Even after saving the world, you were still flat at the end. It's such a weird moment in all of Digimon, as a comparison to what just came before. And I think one thing that would have helped, or actually quite a few things that could have helped adjust for this, is that I don't even mind that Tag's whole gimmick is even what it is. However, what I think is the problem is that they don't proceed to give that revelation to Tag and separate it from even Mikey. And what I mean by that is have him come to terms with not necessarily being better, but just doing the right thing might be something he is more wanting to do. Or perhaps perhaps he does achieve his goal, and Mikey actually says like, "Hey, man, you did it. You stepped up." Have an acknowledgement rather than this complete shutdown of this potential for development. I think that completely, like, underhands the entire third season of Fusion here. And that, by extension, also goes to Gumdramon as well. Tag isn't solely responsible here. By extension, Gumdramon wanting to be this wild child of the Digimon and have that be maintained even at the end of the season even comes off even more bizarre than that one, because it feels like he should definitely outgrow that. Again, in slew of meeting the king and having these fighting experience and saving these people and finding satisfaction in doing things that way, perhaps, or as my thumbnail implies, if that was any confusion, by the way. If anyone was wondering why this video was so long and why that hasn't been addressed yet, it's because I was saving it for the very tail end, just so that people could probably say that I was thumbnail baiting or whatever. But if you watch this far, you'll probably understand why I made the custom-made drawing, the terrible one that I did for this thumbnail, by the way. But it is indeed of a flirtatious version of Gumdramon and Shoutmon, actually. And the reason I drew that and made it the thumbnail is that I actually legitimately, and I'm being serious here, I'm not like trying to joke about it, is I actually do think that one way to develop Gumdramon, on top of him not wanting to be the wild child of these Digimon, while that simultaneously is happening, while he's quote-unquote growing up, as it were, throughout these battles and sequences, is that he starts to see Shoutmon in a different way. Not as someone to surpass, but perhaps someone to share in feelings with, someone to see as more even so as an equal, but perhaps, again, as something even more than that, too, on top of that. And thus would prevail, something that I think Digimon has kind of hinted at here and there throughout its runtime, from as earlier on as Season 2, with, again, Vmon and Godamon Vmon having feelings for Godamon but not being reciprocated, to jumping all the way to also in Season 2, actually, Yoli and Ken being married at the forward jump in the season finale. So there is like sequences where like they, or Season 2 jumped that gun to its fullest extent of like, hey, everybody did the full generation thing. It would be really interesting, and I find it way more interesting when it's Digimon that are dealing with it, though, of that emotional level of romance being at the forefront of the story, rather than as a side thing, or as a gimmick, or as a joke, as it was earlier on with Vmon and Godamon as this one-off episode, or in the case of even Infusion Fighters these set of seasons, with Lilymon and Stingmon being a couple, but seeing as their gimmick being almost, again, being akin to more of a joke rather than being something serious. Actually, same thing for Mervamon and Beelzemon. Their relationship, too, also comes across as more comedic rather than serious, or having any true heartfelt moments. Again, they play it more off as a comedic vibe rather than as a serious coupling or whatever, which, again, I think I wouldn't mind as much as as if they did indeed made a couple that was way more serious or became way more serious in their development, and that is why if I were had been in charge of season 3, if I were writing it, yes, I would have legitimately made Gumdramon start to have feelings, like legitimate feelings for Shoutmon. I absolutely would have gone for that, because I think that that is an interesting shift from, I'm your rival slash, he's the king and I'm sort of like, I sort of want to be this outlaw, this bad boy, I want to, I want nothing to do with that. And to come from that level of distinguishing from one another to, throughout the battles, and again, this might even have to make it so that there would have been even more episodes in the thing, which again I wouldn't have minded at all. Or maybe just have or Gumdramon from the beginning, from season 1 of Fusion, and then having that gimmick start even as far back as that. Perhaps give him to Jeremy instead of this new protagonist in Tag. Remove Tag entirely, or just give Jeremy, or give Jeremy Tag's look, but give him like a mixed personality of the two, I suppose. Because they're like kind of close-ish to the same character, like this sort of rivalry with Mikey thing going on, so I don't see why not that couldn't have been the case. So yeah, that's something that I would have definitely considered if I were in charge at the very start of Digimon Fusion, if that was something that I wanted to consider, if I had known that I would have had 3 seasons worth of time, having season 1 really lay out the level of distinguishing of Shoutmon becoming king in season 1, and then by extension we see how rowdy Gumdramon would have been starting off on his own, maybe actually, seeing what being a wild child actually means in his context, because he only ever says it. We actually never see what that means in visualization. And then in season 2, having Gumdramon begin to see at the very most, and at least up until season 2, like, hey, I don't need to be this wild child anymore. I've been in adventures with this new and improved Tag that is also starting to see, like, just helping people might be worth way more its weight and everything, rather than trying to be the best. Actually trying to solve these problems as they arise is a much better way of weight. And now that sort of these childish things have been left aside, he can now see himself more as an equal as the season is coming to a close to Shoutmon, and thus from the beginning of season 3 we can establish early on that Gumdramon now starts to have feelings, romantic feelings for Shoutmon, and then progressing throughout the 3rd and final season to establish that and actually have it reach its final conclusion, and then having Shoutmon reciprocate those feelings for Gumdramon, thus making a fine main couple be gay as early as Digimon Fusion Season 3 was out. But hey, I suppose sometimes you just gotta wait for a hell of a boss or something to come along and be that new gay representation instead. But you could have had it before, here in Digimon, but you went for this vibe and you didn't really do anything with the characters that were given here with Tag and Gumdramon, so it is what it be. And I do think that lack of character development, especially in comparison to prior seasons, is definitely one of the main things that definitely sticks out a lot more than what was clearly also inspiring Ghost Game, as each episode was like, virtually almost every episode was them dealing with a new case of like a kid's going through a traumatic experience and getting isekai'd away into the Digizone, and them dealing with that every time. And again, I don't mind that aspect of the show. I think that that's great. I think leading to Ghost Game is actually also great. I just think that the characters that are help driving that narrative need a lot of work. As for the other characters, the side characters, I don't mind them as much. They don't need to be as, as fleshed out, I suppose, as the main character, but, if there's any character that you would want to flesh out, I would hope would be your main character, at least to a degree. But we don't get any of that, or at least seemingly. Even if we did, it's completely shut down by the very narrative that it's in its story. It's, again, made a joke of. Shoutmon literally just says, nope, you might have done that, but you've not really achieved my level of status, kind of. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he's saying at the end of the hall there. And again, I much had rather seen what being this wild child meant. Seeing Gumdramon rise to that occasion and seeing something way more meaningful in Shoutmon's and Gumdramon's relationship to each other, rather than just maintaining this bizarre rivalry that seriously doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere, so why prompt for that when you can get so much more out of the characters, when you can have so much more meaningful experiences come out of the main characters and have them experience so much more, and thus making the other stuff, the Ghost Game, inspired Ghost Game material, that gimmick, as it were, stick out, and being an even playing field with the character writing, instead of the character writing being flat and the gimmick being strong, which is what this season definitely comes down to when you boil it down, at least when particularly looking at the main character anyway. But that is my retrospective, and in terms of giving it a score, I probably would have to give this final season its lowest rating, probably as low as a 4 out of 10, if I'm being quite frank. Again, the gimmick can only push it that so far high, and again, I think the parts that do it for me are primarily the gimmick more so than the characters are doing anything in particular. And if, again, the characters had been way more established, especially our main trio, and if anything, our main protagonist even more so than that, if those things had been fleshed out from the very get-go, I think all of this talk of Digimon being dead would have just been avoided. It would have never happened. I think this really did have the capacity to be some of Digimon's best material. I mean, they are ripe for the success. And there are definitely parts where you can see the structure of something great within this context of the show. But that was all, again, for a more basic flat-lined delivered show, at least in season 3. I think I would, for seasons 1 and 2, given those a little bit of a higher score due to their just slight but clearly motivated by, I don't know, I still think they were heavily inspired at the very most by Zatchbell, if anything else. And having that actually carry through and mean something, as well as having Mikey having those moments too, but just in, even if they were minor, hurdles to overcome. I think that those things definitely help bump it up the score significantly so to that solid 7 out of 10. I would dare even suggest that seasons 1 and 2 are almost at the level of season 3 of Digimon. They're almost there. They never quite reached season 3, and quite frankly, if it was level seasons 3, I think you would have been. I would have been. It would have been pushing for what I'm asking for. Is a lot harder. A lot clearer dynamics between at least the trio character. Because again, Digimon 3, season 3, dealt with a trio squad. So having it maintained as a trio squad, that being Mikey, Altered, Tag, and Ewan, at least in season 3. Quite honestly, I think you could cut out the other 3 characters. I think keeping their Digimon around would be enough, and just having their Digimon be evil instead, or antagonistic at most, or even if they do have the one other human, if it's for the copy out or the ploy of that whole gimmick, then have that only be the only other tamer we see except for our trio. I think that would be much preferred if you were going to have your trio stand out significantly more, at least in season 3. And again, committing to that character development through Tag finding a greater purpose, and having Gumdramon also finding not only a greater purpose, but perhaps romantic feelings for a certain king that he's come to see as an equal, perhaps. I don't know. There's something about that level of change or shift in personality, and seeing that arc go so far from seeing yourself as this absolute, again, wild child, and actually seeing what that looks like. Seeing him rebel it out, whatever it takes, all that stuff. To go from that to being like, hey, King, I respect you, or, you're starting to blush, or whatever. Have minor little things that just offset the audience and be like, oh, that's happening now, okay, and actually having it build up properly, though, over time. So yeah, that is my fix if I were the one had been responsible for Digimon Fusion. But it is what it be. It is out now, and what is up next, as I mentioned before, is Digimon Apply. Now, if this season didn't kill Digimon, I'm pretty sure even more people would even argue even harder that Digimon Apply double killed Digimon for a while, or at least it came close to attempting to, but hey, I'm still going to be rewatching it as of now. But I really hope that if you enjoyed this, my longest retrospective yet, then you please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Also make sure to check out those links in the description. One will head you over to my petition to help out smaller YouTubers. Second and third to my Patreon and PayPal, where you can help support me and my channel directly. And fourth to my Discord server, you can join, collab, and chill your own content for free. And until next time, everybody, bye-bye.